Hi everyone, welcome once again to World Leader Summit, and this is the fourth day of World Leader Summit. We had amazing 70 plus countries in last 3 days. Amazing discussion, beautiful people, super cool speakers. They shared their inputs, insights, and we learned a lot, networked a lot. Not many questions came from social media. We had over 70 plus share from that particular live session. Multiple hundreds of comments that came from LinkedIn, from towards Instagram, to Facebook, to YouTube. We are humbled, blessed that you have been following us, sharing things, and definitely asking questions to the speakers. The concept of World Leader Summit is not only that you will be asking the questions. If you need any kind of business support, if you need any kind of connectivity, and if the speakers feel that there is a win-win situation, feel free to communicate with them. The concept of World Leader Summit started as an ecosystem. Let me tell you about myself. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I started India's one of the first game development company in 1998 when I was 17. People used to call me crazy because in 98, internet was a luxury in India. Definitely PC was. And if you remember those days, definitely smartphone didn't exist. So a guy, 17 years, talking about he'll be creating a company was a little bit of crazy stuff. I learned things in my life. I learned stuff, how to manage. I learned a lot of things from practical experience. 2008, I became a giver, a value giver, probably an angel investor and an ecosystem builder. While building ecosystem, I moved from one country to another country, started building multiple different platforms altogether. And this is just a small extract. We brought in everyone in a common platform called World Leader Summit, bringing people who are change makers and impact creator. So we have today, once again, our beautiful moderator and an active ambassador of World Leader Summit, coming all the way from UK. Nina, mic is yours, floor is yours, and stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to welcome everyone that's watching us today, whether you're watching on Twitter or Facebook, or whether you've joined our Zoom group. Welcome to the World Leader Summit. And we're super excited again for another day because we have some amazing speakers. We've got speakers from all around the world. We've got some from California that are originally from Ukraine. We have people from Greece. And I know that we've got people all over, but I will be introducing them as we go along. And our first speaker, we're not going to keep him too long because it's silly o'clock in the morning where he is Arsene. So Arsene, do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us what you're going to talk about, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Raj. Can I share my screen? It's okay? Perfect. Just give me a second, please. So basically today we'll talk about the NFTs and blockchain, and we'll talk a lot about the marketing today. Just give me a second, please. I'll figure out how to. Okay, here we go. Do you see my screen? The presentation? Okay, perfect. So yeah, why I'm here and why you're listening to me right now. So my name is Arsene. I'm the CEO of the top tier full service NFT agency on the NFT market. It's called Finch Labs. We cover the full marketing design, blockchain development processes for NFT projects all around the globe. And we've made 7 sold outs of this crazy NFT market, generating overall sales volume for our clients of more than $50 million. And I also worked as an NFT consultant for governments of 2 countries. And at the moment, we're also running the first of its kind NFT hardware startup, which we can discuss later. So since we have not so much time, my goal here is to be super useful for you, to provide you the information that can be implemented in your blockchain or NFT project right tomorrow and skyrocket your sales. So we'll start from the fundamental thing. First of all, you really have to define your target audience. And the problem here is the most, NFT companies, they don't really understand their niche audience. And I always ask my clients like, John, who's your project for? And almost all of the people just answer like, for all the NFT enthusiasts, like for all the blockchain enthusiasts. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. So let me show why actually everybody here means nobody. Nobody, I'm sorry. So whenever you start your business, right, you probably usually focus on the like early adopters, and you strive to provide value to them, not the very, wide audience. So I personally don't understand why people think that NFT or blockchain project should be something different. So this is just very fundamental things of community building, and even like Uber or Facebook, they started from very niche audience, right? And I'll provide you a couple of very specific examples so you'll understand what I'm talking about. So, for example, this is the project that is called Role of Women, insanely popular NFT project on the market. They targeted a very specific women community. And although the share of women is estimated by like around 15% right now in the market, they still made $96 million in sales, even using this 15% of the market. The next project is even more specific. It's called Psychedelic Anonymous. It's a great example here. So their tactic was advocating for people who are interested in psychedelic assisted therapy. So it may seem like a very specific niche audience, but they still gained a huge popularity. And they do that through donations and strategic investments in companies that are exploring psilocybin research. So in this way, they've actually generated $35 million in sales volume. And I'll tell you a small secret here. So you can actually always focus just on the location or the culture of your potential customers. So for example, our clients and our friends, the project that is called ArsDAO, their goal was to create the biggest NFT community on the Middle East. And they've actually done this through the collaborations and events with other communities and businesses all over the Arabian Peninsula. And this June, during the biggest bear market so far, they still sold out their collection for over $1 million. The next thing that I want to discuss with you today is you have to be very unique in terms of marketing approach that you use nowadays, because unfortunately, due to the oversaturation of the market, most standard promotional techniques are really overused today. And I'll tell you a couple of secrets today that like approaches that actually work nowadays on this market. So for example, classic straightforward like shilling or promoters, those things don't work anymore in the blockchain market. So don't waste your time if you want to set up your NFT companies. And this is why really founders strive to find new ways of attracting, retaining the audience. And don't get me wrong here, it's still very essential to apply some basics. Like for example, SMM is still the major brand awareness builder, right? And collaboration is an amazing traffic generator. And like, for example, community management is how we convert this traffic to a potential customer. But NFT market is very, very demanding in the creative sense. So even your marketing approach has to be created. And here are a couple of examples. The first one, the project is called Goblin Town. If you're in the NFT space, you probably heard about that. For promotion, they use very like meme approach, very fun approach all along the way. And even illegal things like, for example, Ask Me Anything sessions with their audience, they can make fun of that. So while the audience, for example, was expecting the reveal of the project team, they eventually just streamed goblin noises all session. And on the one hand, it was quite confusing, but on the other hand, it was a nice newsmaker as far as you see here. Another approach, you can use actually marketing tools from other markets and implement them to the Web3 space. The great example here is the Bored Ape Club, the most famous NFT collection in the world. The floor price right now for one NFT is about $100,000 or 70 Ethereums. So here on the screen, you can see holders of Bored Ape Club NFTs. You see a lot of celebrities here, right? And let's be honest, how many of you believe that all of these celebrities bought this crazy expensive NFT by themselves? To be honest, I don't really believe in that. So I tend to think that Bored Ape Yacht Club was actually the first collection on the market that paid celebrities to hold their NFTs. And it's not the new approach, right? It's just approach that was taken from the Web3 market. So this is my favorite quote about creating the exclusiveness and scarcity. So people want what they cannot have. People want what other people want, and people want things only a select few people have access to, right? Like, for example, celebrities. And here I'll give you a small bonus. So best marketing tools that work right now on this bear market. And if you want to start your NFT or blockchain company, I'll definitely recommend it to push like 80% of your budget to these specific marketing tools. So the first one is Twitter ads. It's not something new, it's not something unique, but the problem is nowadays, in order to run the Twitter ads, you have to, I mean, for financial services or investment assets like NFTs or stocks or wherever, you have to get this specific, it's called like special certificate, right? To run this type of ads. And the secret is that if you will be able to get this certificate, to apply and actually get this certificate, you will be able to get very, very cheap leads, because only a few companies on the market in this niche were able to get this certificate. And another secret here is that you can actually collect audiences from Twitter accounts of your competitors using the software that is called Phantom Buster. So you can create the database with the list of all the accounts, clients of your competitor, and you can actually run your ads specifically to this audience. And I'll recommend you to run the ads with a video banner straight to your website or straight to your Twitter account, but not to a Discord server, because it just doesn't work. The next one is Twitter Spaces Show. It's very new thing on the market. It just started just a couple months ago. So here's the thing. The old format of Twitter Spaces was like, ask me anything session about your project, right? But people are not really interested in that, to be honest, because people want to have fun, right? So here's the new approach. You can make, it's called Twitter Space Show. Think about that as like online podcast. So you can create the show around a specific topic that is not really, it's like connected to your project, but it's not about your project. So in this case, you can actually attract a lot of speakers, right, to your show, which can bring their audience to your project, right? And also you can hire the professional host who will run the show and make it more engaging. And you can just mention your project inside this show. So it's gonna be more like hidden promotion, right? And people like that much more than just the regular promotion. And the third one that works right now really well, it's shilling in alpha communities. I'll explain you. So what you can do, you can buy NFTs of your competitors. You'll get to their, it's called like alpha communities. In fact, it's like Discord chats of holders of these communities, like the most core community of the project. And there you can tell people about your project, but not straight, because it doesn't work, but you can provide them value. For example, you can invite those people to your show because they're essentially interested in this topic, right? So you can bring this value, you can attract them to your show, and on the show, on this online podcast, you can tell people about your project. It works really, really well right now. I'm sorry, how many minutes do we have more?
So you're down to 5 minutes, just under 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, perfect. So let's move on. the third thing that I want to discuss with you today is about the long-term value and utility of your project. So let's be honest with each other. Why do people buy crypto? Why do people buy NFTs? To sell them for the profit, right? So for the majority of customers, NFT are like investment assets. And the situation here is largely similar to the stock and crypto market. So it means that the main goal of founders should be to create incentives and motivate investors to keep holding their NFTs. So holders must believe in the future of your project. Then and only then they will actually invest, right? So the strong utility roadmap is one of the best ways to attract and retain your customers, because people tend to believe in well throughout and long-term roadmaps because it lowers their perceived risk, right? So the more details you work out, the more trust you can build around your project. However, you must also realize that it's not only important to come up with this, roadmap, but actually deliver your utilities in time. And as soon as your community feels that you are creating some actual value for them, that's when you will start growing. So, for example, my favorite project in the space is called Illuvium, very comprehensive DeFi project with a detailed universe and a huge roadmap. I actually wanted to put that in the presentation, but to be honest, it's so huge. So it includes many things like B2E game, avatar development, in-game marketplaces, virtual land, crypto tokens, and huge number of different NFT collections. So they actually recently showed their beta gameplay. And this is how they sold their first NFT collection for $70 million, even on this horrible market. Since we have just a couple of minutes, the last thing that I want to discuss with you today is a superstar team. So the problem that we discussed here with you is how to build the trust, right, for average NFT consumer. So everybody does their research on the internet, and the outcome of this research should always be in your favor. So everyone knows that branding in the NFT space matters a lot. So, for example, almost any product of artifact company will succeed because the founders and their team did an amazing job. And for example, recently they made collaboration with a huge, they made the collaboration with a huge artist, Murakami. His name, I'm sorry, his last name, Murakami. So attracting employees or partners with experience in blue chip project is a fantastic way to bring the media spotlight to you. And it's all the matter of trust. So here's interesting fact. People tend to trust new projects that affiliate with current famous projects. So for example, the easiest decision here, you can attract the very famous artists to your project. Like for example, a great, how talented team members of the project is called Moir. And the artist here is John Carnella. This is one of those projects that took this approach of going with a big artist name. And I'm sure many of you are familiar with works of Carnella. So affiliation with famous artists is one of the things that can bring instant popularity to your collection. And by the way, it can really save you a lot of money for the marketing. So what I give you at the end, the bonus, follow me on Instagram, write the word NFT to the DM, and I'll send you this presentation. And plus, I'll send you more information about our next drop. It will be the first of its kind, actually the world's first NFT accessories. And for listeners of this conference, you'll be able to get it with a huge discount and to get the access to the first limited drop. That will gonna happen, I hope, in January 2023. So thank you very much.
Thank you. If you can kindly turn off your screen share.
Yeah.
Super. We have a question from social media as a comment. Comment is, yes, making superhero and selling crypto is amazing, but how will you buy a real estate property using crypto?
Actually, so first of all, here we are not talking about crypto, we're talking about NFTs, but still responding to this question. Nowadays, you can easily buy property for crypto almost any country, especially in Dubai, because they actually implement it right now on the governmental level. But in terms of NFTs, actually NFC can really make the whole process easier, because you will not have any middleman, because every piece of property will be connected to the unique NFT token, which is stored on the decentralized database, which is the blockchain essentially, right? So you'll be able to buy the property straight from the seller, just buying the NFT token on the marketplace. So you don't need any lawyers and middlemen and pay any additional commission, any additional fees. And I guess it will be huge step for the property market. And I'll tell you more. Right now, United Emirates, they will be the first country in the world that's gonna implement the NFT technology to a property market. And a lot of agents and lawyers will lose their job.
Thank you so much. I don't think we have any more questions, so we're going to, keep it moving with the World Leader Summit and go on to the next speaker who's been patiently waiting all the way from Greece, and his background is making me very jealous. So Spiros, where are you sitting? Tell me about where you are.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you? I am in Bahrain. For the last 2 years. I've been living and working in Bahrain. I have my own marketing and sales company. And this is the first season. This is my debut from my office. I wanted to do this from home, but I was so busy and I was like, okay, just fix it here because I'm not, I don't know what
I'm sure you have a beautiful home, but thank you for giving us a window into Bahrain, because I didn't know it was such a beautiful place, so thank you. And with that, I'm going to pass you the mic. You have 15 minutes to do your presentation or talk as it is. Thank you
very much. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank everyone, and Nina and Mr. Ajit, for this opportunity to be part of the World Leaders Summit. I know that many people are watching right now. I know that many leaders are watching right now. And I believe that these days are very important to exchange information from people that actually have the experience and the knowledge to share something, let's say, different. So my name is Spiros Karagiannis. I'm 41 years old. I am CEO and owner of the company here in Bahrain. And I've been dealing with leadership and sales for the last 12 years. The first 6 years I was in sales. I was a salesman, and after that I started managing people. And my biggest goal was to, of course, to help the people in my team to achieve their goals. Okay, and I was working really hard. That's the truth. I'm a really hard worker. So over these last years, I've been dealing with leadership. I am certified by the International Business Management Institute of Berlin and for team management and leadership, and from the John Maxwell's team anyway for change in leadership. And actually, change is my thing. So I have built this philosophy. It's called Who I Am, and it's a leadership philosophy which I conceived over these last 12 years of my experience in sales. As I said, my primary goal, my primary focus was to help people achieve what they wanted in a corporation inside sales, because salesmen are having targets again. So the target is to achieve the targets. So I have tried to help them to achieve it. So for the years 2018 and 2019, I was the #1 sales manager back in the company I was working in Dubai, because I implemented the philosophy, the who I am philosophy, to my people, even if they didn't know about that. I was experimenting, so it worked. So that's why it became a thing. And now it's something that I show to everyone, that it's a philosophy that actually works. The basic quote, let's say, it's not a quote, it's a thing, let's say, in the who I am philosophy, it's that it's not important what you do, but who you are while you do it. Because it came to my senses, actually it's normal. I mean, if you think about it, we see this attitude, we see this thing over and over again. Let's speak about specific things, okay? For example, I used to train people in sales. I was taking these people from the beginning, training them the system, the structure, the mentality. I was giving them scripts. Everybody were working on the same area, on the same field. They were selling the same product. How it's possible two people that are working under the same circumstances have different results? It's crazy, right? Actually, it's not crazy. But if you think about it, the only difference between these two people is these two people. It's who they truly are. So then everyone knows that this is not something new. This is I didn't discover like the second moon or something. Okay, this is true. But after a while, I did some experiment and I checked other things and other people. If I give them the same things, what the results it would give me. And I realized that who we are truly can affect our reality, our past, and our present and our future so bad that we don't realize it. We don't think who we truly are, and if we need to change so that our attitude and our mindset can be aligned with our final destination. So I started working on it. I built the 6 core values of this philosophy, and the first core value was lead yourself first. I'm not going to speak about the rest of the 5 because the first one is the most important. So for me, change is something that you cannot negotiate. If you want to go somewhere, if you want to lead yourself somewhere, if you have a destination, you have to sit down and realize who you are, accept it, who you are, okay? Decide to change and change, but change based on your destination. I mean, for example, if you want to become the second Ronaldo, okay, sorry, the third Ronaldo, because there are already 2. If you want to become the third Ronaldo, then you cannot be like, for example, 110 kilos, okay? You have to work based on what you want to achieve, okay? And also, it's not about how much you will be working or training. You need to have the mentality, you need to have discipline, you need to have loyalty, you need to believe in your trainings, you need to become the person that will actually succeed. How many times people say, you know what, I wish I was him, or I wish I was not afraid. I wish I had the guts to do this. I wish I was not so cruel. I wish I was not like this or this. If you sit down and think how people would like to be, but they don't actually become these people, then your mind starts being crazy. And I was like, okay, people want to be successful. People want to be different. People want money. People want, but they don't change because they don't have the actual reason to change and the actual process. So the whole who I am philosophy is based on how people can change when they have, of course, a specific destination. And this is really, really important. But first of all, they need to realize it. Second of all, they need to actually accept who they are. And I'm not a person who says, accept yourself for whom he is. I'm saying, like, accept yourself if you accept your actual situation. If you don't accept your actual situation, then you should accept yourself. Okay, you need to change. I'm sorry, we can be friends, we can go for drinks, but you need to change. If you don't like what you do right now, your actual situation, you need to change. And there are plenty of ways how to change. But most of all, you are changing your basic characteristics, your basic behaviors. The behaviors that were grown inside of you when you were 2 or 3 or 4 years old, and then your teachers took it and they didn't change anything, and they just put you to the college, and then you came out and nothing changed. So right now we're products of our own habits, we're products of our own beliefs, we're products of something that was created. I don't know how old you are, I'm 41 years old, okay? And I'm from Greece and I love my country, but I'm still 41 years old. I admit that. I don't care about age. I don't feel 41 actually. So now it's really hard for me to change. It's really hard because my habits are so deep, hidden inside my subconscious mind, which I cannot very easily. So I need to work with it. I need to be disciplined. I need to have a specific plan. And actually, I need to have someone next to me to remind me, hey, change. So all this process has been described in my upcoming book, which I will publish in Dubai in the next 2, 3, 4 months. It's called Who I Am, the Black Book of Change. And it's going to be a really black book because, oh my God, change is something really, really hard for everyone. But everyone wants to change. I know that I have to lose some weight. Then why you don't stop eating? But I like Cheetos. I like Coke. Yes, but you are fat. I know. But why do you don't change? It's not so comfortable. Maybe I should. I know that I've been harsh to my girlfriend, and I know that I'm jealous. I know that. Then why you don't change? I don't want to. I really don't want to. Yes, but your girlfriend is going to break up with you. It's up to her. So the thing is that we don't actually want to change because we don't actually realize what we cause by not changing, And most of the occasions, in my point of view, leaders are the first that change, the first people that actually promote change, because if you don't change, you are not a leader. That's why I have these 3 quotes: lead, change, evolve. A leader, first of all, must be a leader here and then out there. And to be a leader, first of all, you need to change. You have to promote change, and you have to change by yourself so that the others can copy your changing, let's say, behavior. If you're a leader, then you must change. And if you change, you can evolve. And evolution is what everyone is looking for. Everyone wants to be rich, and everyone wants to grow, and everyone wants luxury and money and careers and blah, 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 blah. But no one is willing to change. And in my point of view, only true leaders can change, because they're the only ones who do everything to achieve their goals. You begin with a goal, you finish with who you are, you change, and everything is aligned. Questions? I'm here for you for questions.
So much, Cyrus. I feel like the energy is, really sort of, you've got everyone up and thinking, and you made me laugh, but you made me sort of also think. So I can't wait for your book. I think it'll be an amazing book. So thank you for sharing that. Do we have any questions for the?
Yeah, we have a couple of questions, but before I go to the question, I need to say something. We have a speaker here who is all the way from Ukraine. There are 2 speakers actually. One is settling down in California, another one logged in from Canada. The Canada speaker, his name is Klim. Klim actually moved from Ukraine to Canada just to save his life, as well as, of course, we all understand the situation. A
Correct.
request to everyone. Klim used to run a company there. It was full-fledged running company. If there is anyone in this group or people who are listening, feel free to help this gentleman. He is all along an entrepreneur. As you know, entrepreneurs' situations when they lose things, like they lost their home, they lost their car, they lost their money. He's struggling to do things. He will be speaking very soon about some interesting subject. A small request to everyone, if anybody can help him, feel free to connect. He is there in the Zoom link with Mr. K as a name. So you can probably talk to him, understand him, and then maybe if somebody feels that there is a help that you can do, please feel free to do that. Arseny is also from Ukraine. So Arseny, we are with you. So don't worry about it. We'll be more than happy to make things happen together. In fact, we create superhero characters. We build approximately 350 superhero characters from real actor and actress. We hired them from various parts of the world. We'll talk later on after Leader Summit is done. If I can be any of your help, we'll be more than happy. A quick question to our friend from Greece. Christina is commenting from Thailand. Is it change or update? Then there is a comment from all the way from Egypt. Asim is saying that great job, congratulations. So another question from Ayla, probably that's from Indonesia. How will you define negotiation? So quick two questions. Is it change or update or something else? The second question is, how will you define negotiation? Over to you.
Okay, I will try to reply really fast because I don't want to show any disrespect to the other leaders that want to talk. In my point of view, it's change, because change is more harsh than an update. Update, if you do an update, you will be like, I'm trying to find a word. It's gonna, the transfer from one state to the other, from one habit to the other, is going to be smoothly, in a smooth way. And you cannot change habits in a smooth way. It's like, I want to stop smoking, but I will start by smoking less. No. If you want to stop smoking, quit it now. My mother, okay, she quit smoking after 20 years of smoking. She quit it like from one day to the other, from 1 minute to the other. She didn't go in a smooth way. She just quit. So for me, it's not an update. It's change. Forget about who you were. Now you need to change. This is my point of view. Okay. And the second question was, again, one more time, negotiation.
Yeah. How will you define negotiation?
How would I define negotiation? Negotiation is you need to understand what the other person needs so that he will do what you want. So every time in negotiation, you need to understand the needs of the other person. And last but not least, because I'm in sales, 90 to 95%, the reason is not materialistic. It's here. It's in what he wants here in his brain. Because money never changed someone. What he did with the money is what changed him. So everything, and if you read an amazing book, it's called How to Split the Difference. It's an amazing book. It speaks about negotiation. Almost never, it's about something that it's materialistic. It's something that the other person here wants in his heart. This is when you attack negotiation. I will stop. Okay, I will stop. Miss Nina, I will stop. Thank you very much for today. If you want anything from me, you can follow World Leadership Summit in Instagram. You can find me there or in LinkedIn, and I will do whatever I want to help you or talk to you. I will be waiting for you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Have a nice day.
I'm definitely going to give you a follow, Spiros, because you're just somebody that brings a lot of energy to the room, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We are going to go on to the next speaker because of time. Trying to keep everything in schedule. It's quite difficult. You know, we've had it for a few days now. People saying my time was this time, and we're like, okay, we are trying our best to stick to times. But as you can see, we have questions and they need to be answered by people that are kindly giving their time as well to watch us. So the next person that we're going to call upon is Kathleen. And I believe, Kathleen, you're in Kenya, is that right? If you're here, Kathleen, can you unmute and also put your camera on?
Yes, I'm from Kenya. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm going to leave you with 15 minutes. When you get to 5, you'll see my hand go up. Enjoy your tour.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. And for everyone who's tuned in, thank you so much. And I look forward to a very insightful and great, beautiful conversations here. My name is Kathleen Moretti. I'm from Kenya. I am a research scientist by profession with a specific focus on evidence-based strategy formulations and execution. I see myself as one of Africa's most forefront young leaders, and I'm very passionate about how specifically young women are able to use their ingenuity and creativity combined with a nexus of technology to champion innovative solutions that not only solve global challenges, but also accelerate the economies of this world. Through that, as you can see, I'm a woman. I found myself in several leadership positions. I am the founder and CEO of an organization that focuses extensively on building strategies for MSMEs and established businesses. And I found myself working both in the private sector and in the development sector. I've worked in several industries, renewable energy, health, and recently now in security. So looking at those industries, most of them are heavily male dominated. So it has been a bit of an obstacle or obstructions for me as a woman in my team to navigate through to try and realize the future of our dreams and also fulfill the objectives that we have set with our clients. And so today I'm going to speak about women in leadership, specifically from a lens of beyond bias and barrier. And this is something that is very dear to me. I have a deep connection with it. I resonate with it greatly. And when I was thinking about this topic, I was taken aback to a very incredible time in my life early this year. I was having a very good day. It was a fine Friday morning. Everything was moving seamlessly. Most people were smiling at me broadly, and it was a very good day, a very good morning in particular. And when I went back to the office in the afternoon, of course, with my happy mood, I was trying to find a document that I had stored in my file cabinet. And of course, because of my mood, I just swung a flutter and tried to open the door. And I was taken aback by a tidal wave of documents, and it was very messy. And while I was trying to clear that mess, I was drawn to an article that I had written some time back on women in leadership. And of course, I sat down to read this to try and do a bit of self-introspection. And while I was reading this, I remembered a conversation I had with a friend of mine about young women, especially in Kenya, how we, especially, of course, in this millennial world, we are not afraid to roll up our sleeves to get work done. I've seen a lot of incredible women breaking glass ceilings. I've had a lot of female mentors who have gone before me, who guide, and there's a bit of compassionate attributes that are given to women who are trying to advance in their career trajectory. So it was very interesting for me to remember this conversation, which brings me now to my topic of today, to talk about women in leadership now from a lens of breaking barriers and going beyond the bias. And now, I really would like to address, I'm going to really take a very little time to really advocate for women empowerment, really advocate for us as world leaders to look at this from a lens where we need to empower our young girls, we need to empower our young women so that they can be able to fulfill their potential. We need to advocate and invest in changes that advance women empowerment, that where we can be able to have discussions and address unconscious bias towards women in leadership, and enlist, of course, support from men and women in developing solutions. I feel like we are at a critical point in time to challenge ourselves, challenge our governments, challenge our organizations, and really look at women leadership and redefine that role from a point where we're not looking at it from the concept of men and women, but from a general perspective, a genderless, more merit-based concept of leadership. We really need to rethink and recalculate the programs or the strategic initiatives that we have as a nation. Are Are we increasing value to our women? Are we building partnerships that build our women in both global and local skills? Are we looking at things such as access to education, access to technology? Are we looking at programs such as entrepreneurship and supply chain diversity? Are we looking at things that can build positive social change in our communities, and also in extension, looking at the business ecosystem, the economic and the business value? So this is basically just my message to this world, to my fellow leaders. Are we really doing this? Are we creating a seamless environment where we can all be able to achieve a win-win paradigm? Are we building an ecosystem where we can be able now to work together, have discussions together, not vilify and isolate women? Because men are very egoistic and very audacious, especially when it comes to business. But for women, we are very nurturing, we're very calm-minded. But together we can be able to build a leadership style that is very agile, that is very purpose-driven, that is very disruptive. And at the intersection of this is a spark that we can all create that stems from a combined value of goals, a combined value of ambition, a combined value of visions, and everything that we can all bring together, so at least we can be able to realize the future of our dreams as a nation, as a world, and be able now to even influence the several dynamics, the regulations, the frameworks that we have, so at least we can be able to work together in a very positive manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I completely followed what you were saying and how we can all pull together, but it just takes somebody to often lead us or to show us the way, doesn't it? So if someone's out there, please connect with Kathleen if it resonated with you. Do we have any questions, Arijit? No? Okay. Okay, no problem. So thank you so much, Kathleen. Please stick around. I would like to encourage all the speakers and anybody watching as well to share your details. The World Leader Summit is something that enables people to connect from all over the country. As you can see, we have people here from the UK, we have people from different countries, America, Canada, you know, we're very wide world ranged here. So we're going to go on to our next speaker, who is Stuart, and then we'll have Dita afterwards. So Stuart, I'll give you 50 minutes, you'll get your 5-minute waiver, and please enjoy your speech.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to attempt to share my presentation. Can you see that okay? Fantastic, fantastic. So, fantastic. So, hello everybody. Welcome. I'd like to thank the previous speakers for their energy. It really helps. So, as the title of the presentation suggests, it's for anyone who is thinking of or who is already a software startup founder. So, the first thing, you will fail. It may surprise you to learn that 90% of software startups fail. So if you've got more than one startup, or you might create more than one startup, then basically you're a serial founder. And that means you're 99% likely to have at least one failed startup. But before you give up on me, hear me out. So first of all, a little bit about me. My name is Stuart Prestige. I'm a technology advisor and software startup coach. And basically, that's just a fancy way of saying that, that I help startups with anything technology related and a lot of things business related. And in essence, it's my passion to help founders to turn their idea into reality. Now, what this means is creating a high quality software product, a team and a business to start getting customers and revenue. Now, I've been a software startup founder myself for coming up to 35 years now. And I now also run an academy and a training program for early stage founders. And I also advise and mentor founders, CEOs and CTOs. Now, in this presentation, I'm going to cover some hints and tips that will help you to excel as a founder and increase your chances of succeeding in your startup. So first of all, what is failure? Well, for a software startup, you can either fail to get a good quality product to market, or you can fail to create a viable business around your quality product. And in 2022, now I believe the first reason failing to create a quality product, I think it's practically inexcusable. because of everything we know, yet it still happens much more often than it should. Now, there is a lot you can do to avoid this, to do things properly, but that's not within the scope of my presentation. But you can reach out to me, if you want to know more about this side of things. The second reason for failure, creating a viable business around your product, is a common reason for failure, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you failed as a founder. In fact, you might have excelled as a founder, but you should certainly have learned and grown, whether you succeed or fail, allowing you to excel even more next time and obviously increase your chances of success. Now, I'm a serial founder. In 35 years, I'm sure you've guessed that already. And, it pains me to say I'm probably addicted to creating startups. I just can't stop creating startups. And I've had a lot of successful startups, but I've also had some failures along the way, as I'm sure you've guessed. But I can only remember one instance where I actually failed to get a quality product to market. Now, I know what you're thinking, but I did say practically inexcusable. And I am only human after all. So it's fair to say I'm often juggling lots of different products and businesses and clients who I help to create their startups. But I want to tell you about a story of one particular day earlier this year. And it was an ordinary working day. I got up at my usual time, which, unlike a lot of successful founders, is not 4 a.m. in the morning. And I think I took the dog out for a walk, but I certainly didn't run 10 miles on the treadmill in 30 minutes, while drinking broccoli juice and reading 2 books. Don't get me wrong, it's good to exercise, eat healthily and to read, but I'm sure, like the rest of you here, I live in the real world where it's actually quite hard to find time to do these things every single day. Anyway, on this day, I got to work as usual. I had the usual amount of energy. I had some typical tasks to do, some big things that I hoped would move the needle, some small tasks, emails to do, LinkedIn messages, that kind of thing. Nothing extraordinary, but a funny thing happened. Before I knew it, the end of the working day had come. Now, I think it was a Friday, so I try to finish around 6 o'clock on a Friday, unless there's anything urgent to do. But at the end of the day, I realized that I'd had a super productive day, really productive day. I'd finished lots of important things with good quality and seemingly little effort. So I asked myself, why is this? Now, the answer to this has some direct parallels to some of the traits that I believe you need to excel as a founder. I'd taken my time to prioritize my tasks. I'd decided which tasks that I can do myself. I'd focused on one task at a time, and I'd taken my time with each one to do a good job. But also, I persevered to the end of each task, even the ones that I didn't want to do, the painful, difficult ones. And finally, I'd managed to keep distractions to a minimum. So by now, you're probably thinking, just get on with it. Well, it's at this point that I would normally give practical advice on turning your concept or your idea into a quality software product, like designing the product, choosing a development team, thinking about funding, market fit, etc., etc. But today I'm not going to do that. And if you want to know about that, these kind of things, then just check out posts on my LinkedIn. And I've got a lot of posts with practical tips there, so I won't cover them today. We founders come in all types of personalities, and there are lots of traits that help us to excel, but there are also traits that can hinder us. Now, I don't have time to cover all of these in detail, but I will cover a few tips that I think are the most important. Now, some of these are general mindset tips and some are more practical. So, what are these tips? Oops. Now, I'm sure you've heard of the phrase fail fast. I think it was from the lean startup it was made popular, but it's a great sentiment, but it doesn't mean you should set yourself up for failure. In fact, you should set yourself up for success by taking the proper amount of time for tasks, big and small. And that's both in the planning stage and the execution stage. And don't rush them. Remember, slow and steady wins the race, and you need to stay focused on the task at hand. The next tip, and I see this a lot, we founders have got lots and lots of decisions to make, big and small. Some decisions are easy, some are hard, some can be changed. You can go back on them if necessary, but others are harder to change or even impossible. Now, you will make bad or wrong decisions, and that's just life. So don't get hung up on delaying a decision until you're sure it's the right decision. And I do see this a lot, decisions delayed, and this can cause a problem. So don't procrastinate. It's far better to make the odd bad decision or wrong decision than to have lots of unmade decisions because you don't have all the information or you aren't sure of the outcome. The next one, like some of the others, is easier said than done, but you will encounter setbacks. You'll encounter criticisms, confrontations, and other undesirable situations as a software startup founder. So be prepared for them. Just take a breath, keep a level head, and don't let these situations get the better of you. Learn from them, grow stronger from them. Now, this next one is a really, really important one. Know your strengths and weaknesses. I see too many founders not wanting to admit that they're not great at everything. I guess that's just the way we are. But I personally see it as a strength when founders know what they're good at and what they're not good at. And it's a wise founder that gets help in the areas that they need help. Now, this help can come in many forms, co-founders, advisors, community of peers, training, for example. But whatever form of help suits you for any given area, it doesn't matter. As long as you've got that mindset, then you will grow and you will succeed. Finally, I've saved the most important mindset tip until last. Now, being a founder is hard. It's a long road from taking a concept, making it into a reality, and building a profitable business around it. But it's worth it. It really is worth it. And I mentioned before that you will have setbacks, and there will be times that you want to throw in the towel. But I think that being determined and tenacious is the most important trait of successful founders. So don't give up. Now, I did want to include a couple of practical tips here. So the first of these is simple and self-explanatory. Know your competitors, know your customers, know your company. That sounds obvious, but you'd be surprised how many founders just don't know this stuff. And if you don't know this stuff, how can you create a vision, create your goals, set your strategy, make decisions? And the last practical tip might seem a little contrary to what I've said before, but if you can do something yourself, then I believe you should at least give it a go. You'll soon realize if you can't do a good job or if you need a little help with some or all of it, but don't underestimate what you can do. Don't automatically think that you need help with everything. So by doing this, you'll think things through more thoroughly. You'll get a handle on what's needed and a handle what's in your startup. You'll save time and money. That's a definite if you do things yourself where appropriate. And you'll get the satisfaction of having done it yourself, or at least the first pass, the first draft of what it is you're doing. And we founders are a resourceful bunch, so why not give it a go at least? Now, before I finish up, I want to briefly talk about the elephant in the room, which is money. You will need at least some money to get to market and to market your product. How much you need does depend on a lot of factors. Are you developing the product yourself, or are you getting someone else, another team, to build it for you? Are you bootstrapping? How big and complex is your product, or the MVP stage of it at least? Are you planning organic and viral marketing, or you're planning a big splash marketing? And there are other factors that affect how much money you need. But however much you need, my advice here is don't rush into it. Consider all of your options. Consider the pros and cons of each. And as I mentioned before, take your time about getting this right. Don't make the mistake of automatically thinking that you need investment from an angel or a VC. I see this quite a lot. But even if you do go down the investment route, you should do your homework and approach the investors that are a right fit for you. There are all types of investors, so choose the right ones. But funding in general is a complete minefield. And if you haven't got experience here, then I do advise getting help in this area to make sure you go down the right path. So that's all for today. And unfortunately, there are a number of things I've had to leave out. But if you take the things I've mentioned to heart, then you'll be well on your way to excelling and succeeding as a founder and succeeding in your startup. And remember, get help if you need it. So just to summarize my mindset tips to excel as a founder: go slow to go fast, take your time, do things properly. Don't procrastinate, don't spend too long making decisions. Be thick-skinned, expect setbacks and learn and grow from them. Know yourself, know your strengths and your weaknesses. And as I mentioned, get help where appropriate. And don't give up. Keep going. I think I mentioned before, determination is the most common trait amongst successful founders. And my practical tips: know your competitors, your customers, and your company, and do what you can yourself. And be sensible here. Don't outsource work too early, but try and recognize when it's time to get help. So that was my presentation. Use this QR code to check out my profile. A whole load of posts on there that can help you connect with me, send messages if you want to, questions, etc. And I think I probably whizzed through that. So I think I've got time for questions. Nina, is that right? Are there any questions?
Yeah.
Could we ask you to stop sharing so we can see your face on the
Yes.
on the
Yes,
screen?
sure.
That'd be amazing. And Arijit will take over the questions. Thank you.
How's that?
Yes, Stuart,
Okay.
we have an interesting question from social media. Give me a moment to grab it. There are a lot of comment actually came. Okay, so the question is, how will you define a CEO?
How do I define a CEO?
Yeah.
So CEO and founder obviously are very, very similar, but a CEO doesn't need to be the founder. But CEO is someone who sets the, in my view, who sets the vision for the company, understands the risks that are coming up. They look ahead and they turn that vision and identifying the risks that they need to mitigate, and they turn that into sort of a high level strategy, which then, if they've got people to do that, they'll do that. If they're on their own, then they'll have to do that themselves. So it's the person who makes all the highest level decisions, but also looks outside of the company.
Super. Over to you, Nina.
Thank you so much. I could see other people in the group nodding when you were saying things because they were resonating with what you were saying. So it was a beautiful, very clear presentation. So I thank you. Everyone's so different, and I love that because we're all individuals. We lead in our own way, we teach in our own way, and hopefully the people that are listening will resonate with either Spirus or Dieter or Stuart or Juana or Gabrielle. Somebody will reach them and hopefully help them to move forward with something they've been struggling with. And on that note, I'm going to move over to Dieter. Dieter, please introduce yourself, and hope you enjoy your presentation.
Me? Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't sleeping, but I was a little bit off. I thank you very much for being here again. It's my second time. And I really enjoyed what Spiros was saying, because change is really what we all are confronted with, and that's actually something that I'm very much involved with. But maybe to start, a few words about the Diplomatic World Institute. We are 3 years old. We were founded as a spin-off of the Diplomatic World magazine, an opinion platform, very traditional in the Brussels area for diplomats and NGOs and, well, really forward thinkers of all kinds. Yeah, one of the major issues we are working on in the institute is innovation, because we are so much confronted with change and so many challenges on our planet, that we do need to develop a completely different innovation culture. That means we have to think much more across borders. I'm usually talking about holistic innovation, and actually my book on holistic innovation, called Pandemia's Box, is already out, and you can find it on Amazon. And it's because every decision we are doing in one field has impact on the other, and usually our mindset is we are focusing so much on our issues, and we don't are aware of what's happening left and right. Our mind is not really meant to think like that, because we are as species, we are trained to react on short-term challenges and to survive in these challenges by creating personal benefit. That's how we survive. That is how our families survive. But right now we are in a state how everything is growing together, and the complexity requires that we are really looking across borders and working together. The challenges we are confronted with, we only can solve when we are doing, when we work together. But of course, we can't speak in one language or one voice, because we all are completely different individuals. And so, as everything, every solution has to be a compromise. It's based on compromise. But if you look at the situation the world is in right now, the feeling is very strong that the capability to create compromise is not increasing, but on the opposite, it's getting less. People are getting more focused on their own ideas, and the only truth ideologies suddenly are very popular again. But of course, this is counterproductive for a very simple reason, because yeah, if I'm selfish, yeah, I don't take in consideration the needs of others, but only together we can survive. So what is the reason for this? Well, when we look again, it is the change we are all confronted with. It's very often technology-driven change that is really changing completely how we are living together, how we meet our partners, how we do business. Everything is changing right now, and people do feel very uneasy about it. A lot of them, they have difficulties to cope with it. And yeah, this is creating, and so they're actually looking back to their old longing their old comfort zones back. But this, of course, is opposing the change of our mindset that is required. How can we deal with that? How can we progress the situation? Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not having the answer. But what I can do, or what we can do in the Institute, is we can ask the right questions. And that's why it is so important to be in groups like the World Leader Summit and on other platforms, because there we can foster debate. And of course, there are a lot of initiatives that are targeting in a similar way. And together, we can create a climate to talk about these issues, to open up for compromise. And yeah, and eventually together we will come up with solutions. The problem is, it looks like we're already very late in a lot of developments. And the question is, are we having enough time? Well, of course, that's another question or another answer I can't give. The only thing we can do is that we push forward together and and work on this common goal to keep this planet our home, because it's the only home we have. And if we lose that, well, okay, let's think about that. I mean, is making is creating too much depression. If we elaborate on that, let's look forward. What can we do? And the common ground is, of course, tolerance and to accept cultural diversity. I mean, we're talking a lot about it. And when we see how diversity is used today in many aspects, it sounds to some, it looks like the right thing, but it has been turned into another ideology. And well, of course, you have different understanding in the Indian culture of how to deal with certain groups. And you have other, and of course, in Africa, you're dealing with things completely different. And of course, it's good this way, this diversity. Well, not always good. It also can have can be bad and can create a lot of harm. But this diversity is something we need to accept, and we need to work with. So this requires a lot of tolerance, and tolerance is, you know, the definition is that you accept something as being there and being acceptable, that you're not in line with, that you don't understand, or that you don't agree to, but still, you know, this opinion is there, and so therefore you accept it. And of course you can debate and say, hey, it's not good what you're thinking, but as long as you don't harm anybody with your things, it's the freedom of speech it's very important. But when you look at debates in cancel culture, this tolerance is not there anymore, and it's killing argument, and it's killing the finding solutions. Well, so I think it was a very emotional plaidoyer that I was giving here, and yeah. So the question is, how can we go forward, and what we can do? I said it before. Foster debate. This was the reason why the Diplomatic World Institute, for the first time ever, now only 3 weeks or 4 weeks now, has given out the Holistic World Innovation Trophy. The company was, what, 3 words? You can look it up. But the reason why we launched this award is exactly to bring forward good ideas with the potential to change the world, and also to start the discussion about how relevant are these ideas and everything connected with us, and how we can improve the situation of our planet. And I think I don't need to talk anymore now. And yeah, I hope I got my point across. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dieter. And thank you for coming back for the second year. The World Leaders Summit is really happy to have your support. It was a great talk again. And I just want to mention at this point that the World Leaders Summit we offer these talks as a free service to network with all of our speakers across the world, to bring the people that are watching some quality information that can be life-changing effectively, because there's somebody sitting out there that really needs to hear your message. And as I said before, you may say something different to Spiros or by Stuart or Gabrielle, and somebody will resonate exactly with you if you connect with them in that respect. As from next year, our next summit, we will be charging speakers because we feel that we provide a very good service, and we have a following of over 2.5 million subscribers, which I believe that's right, Arijit. And also we are supported by a lot of people that want to invest in other people. So, you know, we have a pot of investors, think tanks, and a lot more services. We have a newsletter and all sorts. The list is endless. So what I'm trying to say is that you get a lot of value for being here. It's a service we provided for 2 years. We encourage everybody that's watching to network with the speakers to network with one another, because that's the way that you can actually make a difference. And you never know who needs your services. So just by being there, saying what you do, somebody out there will definitely want to pick up on that. I'm going to pass it over to Arijit to see if there's any questions for you, Dieter.
Yeah, Nina, thank you for this. We have got a comment, probably that's not a question. A gentleman is saying that you are right, Dieter, we can only grow together. That's how we can grow. It's a brilliant speech.
Thank you, Dieter, for that. We're going to move on to the next speaker, who is Dr. Celeste. I know that she qualified in London, but now she resides in the south of England. So over to you for your 15 minutes talk.
Hello, hi everyone. My name is Dr. Celeste. As I was just introduced, I am a dentist. I'm also a TEDx speaker and excitingly a soon-to-be author. But firstly, I just want to start by asking you all a question. I want to ask you, what is your why? Why do you do the things that you do? Now, the reason I ask you that question might seem a bit confusing from a dentist, but to do whatever it is that you want to do in life, you need to have an answer to that question. Without having a foolproof answer, you won't have the motivation to do whatever it is that you want to do. From quite a young age, I knew that I wanted to become a dentist. So I had that why, I had my reasons for wanting to do that. And so that's what helped and motivated me and pushed me to become a dentist. It wasn't an easy journey. It did take me over 9 years to get here, but here I am today. And the reason why I'm telling you that is because I want to sort of motivate and inspire others to say that, you know, just because something might seem difficult, if you found your why, the reason for you sort of wanting to do that, then you too can sort of achieve your dreams. If we look at some examples, so Serena Williams, everybody knows who she is. World famous tennis player. She's won plenty of championships, but she didn't just wake up one day and become a professional tennis player. It took a hard work and it took a dedication. Marie Curie, everybody knows who she is, or they should know. She was the first female to win a Nobel Prize. Again, with her, it took her hard work and dedication. J.K. Rowling, world-known author, Harry Potter, everybody knows the books. And if you don't, where have you been living? Everybody knows about Harry Potter. But for her books, I mean, some people might not actually know, but she actually submitted the manuscript of her first book to 12 publishers, and all of which actually rejected it. So she submitted it to 12 publishers, received 12 rejections. yet she's now known worldwide, as is Harry Potter. Everybody knows who Harry Potter is. So if you too know what you want to do and you have your why, regardless of the rejections that you may face, you too can reach your goals. So I help people get into dental schools, the people that are wanting to study dentistry in the UK. So if you do know anybody that wants to study dentistry, or you're wanting to study dentistry yourself, then please do get in contact with myself. But also just people wanting to help, wanting help as to direction. I think it's very, very difficult, especially in the times that we've been going through, to sort of find out. A lot of people have sort of been questioning what it is that they're doing and why they're doing the things that they're doing. And that's why I think it's really important to really focus on what your why is, to have a sort of bulletproof answer to that question. Because without that, then what are you doing? You're doing things just for the sake of doing them, which is fine, short term, but long term, I personally believe that it's more fulfilling to live a life that's meaningful, that you're doing something that you truly want to do, something that you enjoy. Don't just do something for the money or because somebody's told you to do it. Do it because it's something that you enjoy doing. I mean, a lot of people told me not to study dentistry. I had teachers telling me that I wasn't smart enough, I wasn't going to get the grades for it, but I knew that I wanted to do it. So I did, I pushed, and here I am. And so I just want to show you that you too, it's not to just say that I worked hard and this is where I am, but it's to say that if you work hard, that you can get to where you want to be. So what is it that you want to do? Anybody want to comment?
My kick was that I wanted to make an impact, hence I become an entrepreneur to recruit people, recruit more and more my countrymen so that they can get job and create an impact by creating ecosystems. And that's the reason we created the ecosystem called Entrepreneur Phase. Eventually, I wanted to make more impact globally, worldwide. Hence, we started our investment banking company, created angel syndicates and funds. So it's a sequential process if you're asking why you are doing it. And this is a beautiful question. If people know that why they're doing it, they're on track.
No, I 100% agree. And that's the message I'm trying to get across. My book about getting into dental school, the first chapter is called Why Dentistry, because without having that why, everything else just falls apart. You have to have that passion, that drive. And I think, like you said, Arijit, having something that involves helping others, it's more fulfilling. It's not just helping yourself, you're helping other people, you're helping to raise other people, and helping others to get to where they want to be. And that's really what I want to do. So I am going to finish soon. I just want to leave you by saying a last few things. Anybody wanting to study dentistry, as I said, do get in contact with me. Anybody wanting to study dentistry in the UK, or if you know anybody that wants to study dentistry in the UK, then please do connect them with me, because I'm more than willing and happy to help people. I will be running some workshops to advise people, not just students, but also parents of people wanting to study. And my book should be coming out hopefully in the new year. If you do want to buy the book, I will be taking pre-orders, so please do send me a message either on LinkedIn or Instagram. I'll share the details soon. And you will get a special discount if you quote World Leader Summit. So if you just send a message saying WLS. Thank you very much. Oh, and please watch and like my TED Talk. It's not just to get the likes, it's just to spread the message. It's all about inspiring other people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Celeste. If you want to add in your TED Talk into the chat, please do. Otherwise, you can just Google Dr. Celeste Olk, and I'm sure you'll find her. And the thing about Dr. Celeste that you may not know is she's my daughter. And it took her a lot of rejections to get to where she is today. In fact, I can tell you that she was rejected from university time after time after time. And she never once said, I'm not going to study dentistry. She is a biomedical scientist too. That was her first degree, but she wasn't in love with doing the work along those lines. So she decided to reinvent herself. And it doesn't matter how long it takes you to get there, so long as you get there, because the joy that she has from going into work every day, seeing the patients she has, and helping the children that she does. She always described to me, you know, I can see that joy in her face, and you don't want to be working for the rest of your life in a job that really isn't for you. So that would be my message coming off the back of that. Do we have any questions, Arijit, or does anybody else have any comments?
One quick comment. Someone wanted to become a coder, and he is now a coder. He is giving you gratitude and saying that, thank you, doctor.
Thank you so much. I'm going to keep this flowing with a bit of positive energy. We have Oana, is that how I pronounce your name? Oana Catalina?
Juana Catalina.
Juana Catalina. I just wanted to say it because it's such a cool name. And are you in France? Is that correct?
Yes, actually I'm representing 2 countries. I am located in France for the last 15, 16, I don't remember, 20 years maybe. But I am originally from Colombia.
Well, bonjour, and I'm going to allow you your 15 minutes time to do your presentation. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Nina. So I'm going to a more classical approach after these 2 inspiring talks before mine. So that is a great start. So good day, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here, be part of the World Leader Summit 2022. Thank you, Arijit and Nina, for such a fantastic opportunity to connect and share with people around the world. I am Juana Catalina Rodriguez, serial intra and entrepreneur, more than 20 plus, I don't remember, years of experience in different sectors and regions. I am keynote speaker, advisor, and 2-hour winner of the book Unsettled Disruption. So just put my clip here. So today this is about you. This is a more practical approach on how to empower you in a few minutes to onboard your next opportunity and your next venture. I think in the previous talk, we spoke about, it's not just about rapid change occurring worldwide, accelerated technology, metaverse, 3D, artificial intelligence, or things that are happening, pandemics, climate change, unfortunately, geopolitical conflicts, and the need for sustainability. This has been having a huge impact on accelerating business transformation. But it's also about the new way we do and understand business, purpose, impact, sustainability, new consumer device, the way we are changing, we are doing business, and the new way we are looking towards life balance. So the changes are going to speed up, and this is exponential age, so we are going to innovate exponentially faster. However, we don't have this crystal ball when we can predict how business will evolve. Still, we know that most organizations, enterprises, startups are focusing on capitalizing these new opportunities. We are not looking just to what's next, but we are looking how to get to what next. So creativity, because everyone wants to meet and do workshops and drive ideas, doesn't come like a light bug in your head. It requires a full understanding of the context. It requires to connect the dots to solve the factor and to understand the factors that are creating these changes. It requires a systematic process to find how we are going forward on the opportunities. So let's start with the key difference, because a lot of people speak about innovation and about disruption. So I'm going to explain in a few minutes what is innovation and what is disruption. So innovation is introducing a new product, a service, a process, or a method. Think about BMW WB Series 3 or the Gillette razor that have like 100 different references. That is innovation. A disruptor is someone who changed the rules of the game. It's someone who changed the rules of the industry. So when we are speaking about Airbnb, that most of us know, they are disrupting and changing the rules of the hotel industry. On Netflix, that most of you know already, they are changing the entertainment industry. So when we are speaking about disruption, it begins really small. It can be a big organization, a small organization, and big size. At the beginning was just startups. This is changing a lot. They are creating an opportunity in a niche market, and the mood hours, changing the business, like most cost effective, more accessible and straightforward. This can be really simple, but it's starting with a niche that the big players doesn't see because they are focusing on the core business, as we know with Blockbuster or as we know with other players. So just think about today we are using Zoom, and when they started, now all organizations are using Zoom, but when they started, they were really smart. It was free and mostly for small companies and medium size. So it's a process. And it's really hard to see comment because most of the big players ignore it. So when speaking about change and disruption, we need to refer to this quote. I know it's overused and you made me, but it's really relevant to what's said. Last night, it was 2 nights ago, my son asked me about global warming. He's 8 years old. And he said, Mama, I was trying to explain here that humanity is this capacity to adapt and this capacity to change the rules of the game. And the humanity has been facing a lot of challenge. And this is one of them: wars, climate change, warning, and all the things that are happening. So our capacity to change the environment is what makes us different and unique. So the idea of certain disruption and innovate is followed by many questions. When I'm working with startups and entrepreneurs, there is what I should start doing, how to define the business model, how to start, how to front. So answering this question was the focus of my research and work that will result in a systematic process to uncover this point. So I'm going to explain this process in a few minutes. So hopefully you will grasp the tools and it will help you for your next project. So it comprises 3 levels. The first one is the external. So the external is real to looking into what are the industry powers and the different trends. So when you are looking in the industry power, you are looking to your competition. When you are looking to the external trends, you are looking to the demographics, the education means, all the things that are happening around political change. The second one is the core of your offer. And the core of your offer always start what we call, or what we name, the jobs to be done. These 4 levels of jobs to be done is what is the needs and what is the problem that you are trying to solve at the consumer level. Then the value chain is how you are going to enable this process and this solution and how you are putting together. Finally, the business model is how you are going to monetize or how you are going to put the business technology. And the last one, the technology, are the means to enable your solution. Technology is not the core. Technology is a helper of making this happen. And we discussed in the previous talk, I put it at the end, but it's one of the most important one, is UI. Why are you creating the business and why you want to innovate, and what is the core element of the company, of the mission of what you want to achieve. This is still a continuous process because we need to test, refrain, pivot, learn, test, refrain, and pivot. So it's continually process looking in this flow of innovation. I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to go really quickly through an example to make it more material, because when we see theory, we're like, but she's putting together all the business theory that we have learned. So let's go through a simple example in a few minutes. So I don't know if you use Facebook. When I speak with my 16-year-old cousin, he was like, why? Facebook? Oh, this is for all people. This has been, we are using TikTok now. I was like, what? What is TikTok for? So the one who doesn't know, TikTok is a Chinese social media platform driven by video. So what are the disruption trends? So when this thing started, they really focus on Gen Z generation. Spam, mobile, looking, they don't spending 2 hours watching the World Cup like my husband. They are just looking for fast video, fast content in real time. Of course, the pandemic helps a lot because social, we were at stay home and lockdowns, and the people wanted to look a way to connect. So social media was on the hit, and TikTok was really easy to find real people and have fun for time. And technology enables mobile, artificial intelligence, connectivity. The industry power, so as I said, before, things like a Instagram and Twitter were becoming, and the ecosystem changed a lot. So it was the great opportunity for a new player. And we see clearly here how after the pandemic, they became the second social network worldwide. So that's really impressive because it's, as I said before, it's like this thing is getting more competitive and exponentially faster. And we didn't believe at that time that Facebook will be disrupted by another player, but there is someone else who will come always next. So hold on, I want to move to the next one. So if we go to the core to explain the framework, so the job to be done is this unique and quick contact with social media platform. If you go to Facebook, Instagram, there are many features, many services that actually you are lost. When you use TikTok, it's just one feature, one solution, really simple and straight, 15 seconds video. And in the value chain, what they did to simplify the value chain is that everything is integrated in the application. When you are publishing a video on Instagram, even if it's old-fashioned, I still use it. So you need to edit and you need to edit the video somewhere else. In TikTok, you are doing everything there, and all the process from creation to monetization is there. The business model, they also changed the business model versus other ones. That is in application purchase. And the technology is really disruptive because they are using really powerful artificial intelligence to define your feed. We can speak 2 hours about the implications instead of privacy, but what they are doing is if you are watching cats this morning, you will be watching cats all day, videos. So this is really interesting because it makes it really addictive, and is one of the reasons that it's not just about the number of users, but the time Gen Z generation is using. For the strategic purpose, of course, we can have another 2-hour discussion because we can question this purpose, but actually when they are doing is really clear. They are revolutionizing the way people obtain information by using artificial intelligence, not suggesting you post, but defining your feed. And we see how this has been quite successful if we see the growth during the last years. So I know intuition is really important, and but most of the people think that intuition is just something that can out. No, intuition is the result of years of experience, hard work, and practice. And innovation doesn't come in one workshop, one afternoon, or in corporate meeting. Innovation comes from a team who is working together, trying to connect the dots. There is nothing like overnight success. TikTok wasn't launching in 2020. It launched in 2015. And after 7 years of trying, picking, and testing and iterating, they become a success. We don't have much time, but my last message will be that everything is possible. And when I read this David and Goliath history when I was 9 years old, I understand what the meaning, what this small guy was fighting this with big giant. At that time I was in Colombia, so traveling abroad, creating my company, writing a book was really far from me, and working with international companies also. So many the beats, Davids or Davids, or if you want Spanish or French, David, emerge and disrupt different markets. This past year, we have seen many small companies and new companies disrupting several industries and markets, and fighting with the big players with different approaches. Those disruptors created value for consumers. They finding a problem to solve. Wikipedia. When I was a little girl, my mother spent a lot of money buying these big books. I think I have some there. Now you just go to Wikipedia and you find any information. And the business model is different. They simplify the value chain. You don't need to buy books or have a seller. You have everything online. The people who produce them are volunteers, and their business model is via donations. So they are applying all the framework of the core. They are leveraging on a trend, creating a competitive advantage, and working on the job to be done, value chain, business model, and using technology to deliver that. So understand these concepts that doesn't come overnight, that is the word, will help you to define your net products and for sure to transform the business, because we need to focus on transformation, impact, and sustainability. And this tool will help you. So all these examples, if you want to know more, are in my book, or you can find all for free in my website or in my blog. I want to add with Arijit's quote about my book. So he was really kind to read it and to provide, because I love these words about evolution is not about survival or reframing the whole business. It's about thriving on disruption. We don't need to keep doing what we are doing, incremental innovation. We need to change the rules of the game. And we need to change the rules of the game based not just in economical model, but also in proposed impact and sustainability. So let's leverage of all these opportunities that all these new problems are having to innovators and entrepreneurs. And I think that, as many people say, that is the best time to innovate. I am a little bit of everywhere, so you can find me on Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Medium, or just on my website, when you can find a lot of information and all the resources also for free on my book, etc. Thank you, everyone. Happy to reach any questions. So I'm gonna close the presentation to be sure. Stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Juanita, Catalina. That was amazing. And so many things you covered, so many points I could make, but I don't want to take too much time. But a lot of people do think TikTok's all about the dances that I never learned. But, you know, there's so much more. People are using TikTok now to actually sell products. And it's knowing what your client might need and having that thing that you can offer them, you know, so you can use TikTok, you can use any social media portal to make a difference if you know what you're doing, obviously. And I love the comment that Arijit made on your book. It's definitely a book. I've just written down the title. So please share that with everybody out there. Christmas is coming. You could actually go and get several books from some of these amazing speakers on stage. They would provide you with a lot of details and a way forward of that maybe we don't know. I know Stuart mentioned a book earlier. I know we had somebody else mention a book earlier, but it's always worthwhile. It's a good thing. We don't read anymore. We need to start reading a lot more. But thank you so much. I'm going to pass it on to Arijit to see if anybody else wanted to ask you a question.
One quick question from social media. By the way, beautiful presentation. Well, how do you want to grow fast? In a way, you feel growing fast is possible? That's the question coming from social media.
Oh, great. Excellent. So that is an amazing question. We were discussing, I work with Stanford, and I am managing a course that is about business model innovation. And at the end of the process, each of my students have different projects. And actually, I am reviewing them. It's from livestock in India, mobile application, to revolutionizing medical sector in Romania. And one of the key questions is how I start from one customer to 2 to 100 to 1,000 to 1 million. So this depends a lot of the kind of business you are doing. And there are different strategies when you can implement is what we call the network effects. So normally we dream big, and this is perfectly fine. We want to do all markets. We want to have 100% of market share. So when you are starting your business, and TikTok did it great, just as Nina said, they started with a really narrow segment, Gen Z. People who are willing to publish 15-second videos, who are willing to spend the time. And when they have this adoption and this specific segment, they start to spin off to all segments. So even stars, 60 years old, I think even our president, French president, is publishing videos on TikTok, on social media. So this is this segment, this first customer that are key. So if you are working on a platform, if you are producing a business to create this network effort and bigger, you need to be really strategic in how to sell it the first customer, because the first customer are the ones who are going to help you to this loop effect to affect other customers. So Facebook, a great example of social network. They is a university, Harvard students. They expand to other universities in the United States. They expand to a region. And then finally, they go this global reach. So never think that you can start with everyone and everywhere. You need to narrow and focus on the one and the segment who is more sensible to your need. I have a great article about network efforts and different strategies. I think it's on Medium. I'm gonna look at after we finish and publish on their chat for the one who are answering to answer this question. Any other questions?
I think we will move to the next speaker. We have a lot of comments, but due to time, please stay back with us. Please stay back with us.
Of course I will. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm happy to see you today.
Thank you so much. We're going to move straight on to Mr. Kiln, I think your name is. If you want to introduce yourself, I know Arijit gave you a short introduction earlier. Thank you so much for being with us. We're really, really happy and excited to hear what you've got to tell us today. I'll start your 15 minutes if you would like to take the stage.
Yeah, hello everyone. First of all, muchas gracias, Juana Catalina, para presentación increíble. Muchas gracias por eso. And thank you, Arijit, for inviting me. I'm really happy to be a part of it, and most of all, represent my country, Ukraine, on the World Leader Summit. And it's and I'm happy to see amazing people, the bright, amazing people. And first of all, I know what all of us will do. We'll go directly to the TED speech after it of Celeste, right? And we're going to check the TED speech for sure. So now I would like to say, first of all, about my background. 12 years of international business development and 9 years of developing my own business. And today I want to share with you the bullet points, probably the key points of the main cycles in business, which I faced. I've been working with hundreds of projects around the world, more than 40 countries, experience gathering. It's above my own businesses. And I've seen the main problems probably, which are going to be useful for all types of entrepreneurs, for the startuppers, for the beginners, for those who are doing the business as usual, and for those who want to expand. So basically, these are the main cycles in business from my point of view. First cycle I would like to call rise. That's the most favorite one of all entrepreneurs. It's when we all are happy to see how successful everything is going, and how the attention of the clients and all of the competitors are all eyes on us. Sorry about the noise probably, but I'm happy to share the sound of the downtown life in the big city of Toronto. So I'm here now in Canada, and this is number one thing I want to underline, is that the construction guys, they didn't know about the World Leader Summit. So number one thing is, of course, one of the most important resources from my point of view is, of course, the information. So the guys didn't know. That's why our business process now is not the perfect one. So number one is information. But talking about the startups and following up the Stuart Prestige, I think the speaker, about the importance of it and how the companies are failing is, of course, the information. And the idea is not so important. So idea doesn't cost much. The most important resource is people. And I want to share one of the cases from the world's experience and historical experience is Osborne Company. I'm sure you haven't heard about it, but Osborne Company was the first company who started to produce the personal computers, even before the Apple, even before Microsoft, in 1981. So they were super successful in the beginning. All eyes were on that company. Everyone wanted to sign up the contracts with them, and they did a huge amount of pre-sales. But talking about the most important resource, the people, one of the employees decided to, I think it was the head of the marketing, he decided to shout out loud about the second model of the personal computer, even when the company wasn't ready to produce massively the first model. There was a lot of pre-sales on the first model, but they started to talk and presented the second model. So what happened? A lot of clients just canceled their pre-sales, and the company bankrupt after it. So number one thing is, on the first step of your company developing, if you're a startup and everything is good, don't forget about the most important thing is to find people around you, to find a partner, to find your key stakeholders. I mean, those who are CEO of your company, STO, and etc. Because those guys can bring you down for sure. It's very important, like to find the wife or the husband, or how to find the barber. So it is a unique people. And first, that you need to do after gathering all the information and making your idea happen is to find the right people. So the team is super important. So following up a couple of previous speakers, only together people can do great things. There are not many cases in the world when one person did something by himself without any help. Every time we have the partners, every time we have stakeholders, we have our colleagues, and that's what you need to be focused on. The second part is fall. It will happen 100%. It doesn't matter how good is your business. Every company has the moment when everything goes down, because we can't predict everything. Nowadays, life is so crazy and the world is crazy. We couldn't predict the COVID, right? A lot of companies collapsed about it. We couldn't predict for example, the war, for example, like many things. And nowadays, for example, reputational risks are super high. I'm sure you heard, everyone heard about the case with Balenciaga nowadays. So only one reputational news, the bad reputation is bringing down your company as well. So don't forget about, even if your company is doing business as usual and everything is great and you're happy and super pooper, but not. You can go down. So one of the world cases from the history is company Takata, for example. They were doing the business as usual. And I'm sure you heard about the company, but probably you don't remember. But everyone knows that the safety bags, they were killing people. You heard about it, right? So during the car accident, a lot of people were killed, not because of the accident, but because of the safety bag. So what happened? The company Takata, they produced the safety bag, but on one of the points when they were super relaxed during doing the business as usual, they decided to lower the cost, and they started to use the cheap chemical to produce the explosion for the safety bag. So that causes a lot of cases with even the deaths, not because of the car crash, but because of the using of that. And that company Takata influenced a lot of other companies like Honda and etc., etc. And in the world history of business, it was one of the biggest cases when companies were taking back their product. So it was thousands and thousands of cars canceled and bringing back to the trash. So it's like crazy case, actually. It's my advice for you to check it out. It's an interesting case. So even during the stable process, stable part of your company development, don't forget about it, that you can be just collapsed by the risks of reputation or other risks which are sometimes unpredictable. Get ready for it, and everything is not forever. So you should keep it in mind. And the third thing is, of course, they expand. It's even from my point of view, not only from my point of view, but also from my own experience. So one of my first businesses was the private tailoring workshop. And by the way, my friend Arijit was happy to be there, I think. Yeah, he checked it even. And what was the main problem of that business? That I didn't thought by that time. I was super romanticized by the workshop, by the handmade leather goods, and we were doing super good. It was thousands of dollars for one pair of shoes. We were doing the gentleman leather goods. But on one certain point, I realized that this business is impossible to expand. So this was my biggest mistake, probably. So every time when you're doing the business, think about how will you expand this business, how you will make it bigger, larger, and how will you go to another countries, maybe in other markets, just to diversify your risks. even talking about the previous part of my speech. So one of the cases was the Virgin Cola. If you heard about it, it was I think Preston was the owner of it, but anyway, not so important. This company was super successful in UK. They started, I think, in London, and they decided to compete with one of the biggest competitors ever, as far as the owner has a lot of money, Coca-Cola, if you heard about it. But when they decided to expand to another market, they were doing unrespectful marketing events. I think it was in New York, in the Times Square. The owner of the company, he was riding the tank, hitting the whole boxes of Coca-Cola. So it was a crazy case, but then Coca-Cola just spent a lot of money not to let that company to expand. So think about, one day you need to expand. Second, one day you will need to face your competitors. And third, respect your competitors, because no matter how good you are, no matter how much money you have, your competitor can have much more money. And he's more familiar with the market he is, and it's always a challenge. Anyway, summarizing my short speech, keep in mind that the businesses are always in the circles. And that's why probably in the project management, agile approach started to be more famous and more popular as the waterfall approach. Can't predict anything. You need to have the feedback going forward all the time with your clients, with your partners, with your stakeholders, with your competitors. You need to keep in touch. So don't relax. The world is crazy, especially nowadays. So thank you for that. And thank you for the previous speakers, and feel to connect my LinkedIn if you need some business consultations or you want a partner. And one of the things we are going to do with amazing Ukrainian company of developers, which have a lot of experience and pretty low costs, one of the projects, so feel free to touch. I will tell you more about it, and I don't want to promote it here. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day. And yeah, you're free to ask some questions.
Thank you so much. And thanks for staying the inspiring and motivating person that you are, having had, you know, all of life's uncertainties thrown at you and having to move over to another part of the world and restart your life. You truly are an inspiration. Thank you so much, Mr. K. I'm going to pass it to Arijit if he has any questions for you.
An interesting question came from Klim. How will you choose a driver? He or she is the most important person in your company who probably knows everything about you. So to kill you, maybe he or she is the right guy.
Once again, the driver?
Yeah.
How would I choose the driver?
Yeah.
Okay, the driver, talking about the car, right? Driver. This
yes,
one.
Exactly. So probably the question, I can reframe the question. When you run a company, when you run a business, usually as a CEO, as a founder, they have a driver who is driving their car. And when they are driving their car, they know almost everything about that particular person, where he is going, what he is doing. So to impact that particular key person, the gateway is that particular driver. So how will you choose someone who is very trustworthy? What's your
Okay? So from my own experience, and it's an interesting case, when I was the owner of a bar, it was a pretty successful bar in my city. There was a security guards, right? And when I was interviewing them, applying for a job to work with me, I had only one question, believe me or not, because of course, if you're like interviewing the driver, you probably saw his license and you know about his experience, driving experience. But I was asking only one question: which kind of music do you listen? You know, so if the person listens to the same music like you, if it is a jazz, if it is a classical music, so it's talking about the cultural level of him. I don't want to offend someone who is listening to the rock. I like the rock music as well. But during your life cycle, like a businessman or like even the friend, on the long time period, it's better to listen to the high quality cultural music. if you know what I'm talking about, going in deep into details. Yeah, so that was only one question. Which kind of music do you listen? If it is jazz, let's jazz it.
Beautiful answer. To be very honest, there is a lot of depth when you're choosing some person. Utilizing music to understand someone's EQ, IQ, and of course, how you can probably go with the same rhythm with the person. Over to you, Nina. I will skip a couple of questions from social media because of time. Kling, thank you so much. Please allow me 1 minute to give thanks to Kling. For the world, Kling is right now in another country, and look at this gentleman with a strong spine. Moved to complete different country altogether, struggling. I know his struggle. I really don't want to share that in front of everyone. I know his entire struggle, how he moved, and how he's living at the moment. So feel free to get in touch with the gentleman and feel free to do any business that you want. He'll be more than happy probably to do any cool stuff if you can kindly touch base this young chap. I call him as a brother to the world. I stayed in Ukraine for a couple of days, probably a week if I am not wrong. And I left the hotel just to live with this gentleman in his new flat so that we can increase our brotherhood. Thank you so much, Kling, for coming and sharing your insights. Thank you.
First of all, looking great, Arijit. Thank you for your attention. And we all are struggling. We are on the battlefield of business. So yeah, thank you. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you again, Claire and Mr. King. What I would say is sometimes, you know, when someone tries to help us, because we're the ones helping other people, we tend to push it away. And part of receiving is keeping that flow going. So please don't block your receiving of love. And, you know, we're giving you a lot of love from wherever we are around the world. So with that, I'm super excited to introduce the next speaker, who's a 14-year-old chap. I understand that he led the World Leader Summit panel for a young youth type of panel where we had several young speakers, and he was the leader of that panel. And I'm super excited to find out more about him. So I'm going to introduce you, Yash. Please come onto the stage. 15 minutes is yours.
First of all, thank you for the wonderful introduction. And thanks to World Leader Summit for giving me the opportunity to speak here. So my topic is on NFTs. So first, let us know what are NFTs. So NFTs are digital assets owned by you, and you can trade with those. So the term non-fungible token has a specific meaning. That non-fungible means a unique thing. First of all, let us know the other mnemonics. Okay, so what is basically fungible? Fungible means not unique, means it's the same as yours. My 10 rupees is same as yours. Semi-fungible means a movie ticket where you have the same ticket, but there are difference in seats, like some sit in front, some sit in back, some sit in gallery. And the term non-fungible means it's a unique thing, one-to-one. So NFT is powered by Web 3.0 technology. So then let us know what is the history of web versions. So Web 1.0 started by only getting information, means only reading and, you know, like the websites do. So Web 2.0 means here comes the social platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, etc. And Web 3.0 means about reading, writing, and owning. Here we come to the point. NFT is all about trading and owning that collection. So most of the people say that what is that specialty on the picture of the monkey? So that monkey is not important. Important thing is you can trade with those. Okay, so now the question comes, if I sell NFTs, how will I convert that Ethereum to Indian rupees or US dollars? So there are several ways. I'm going to enlighten you with only one way. So first of all, we have to go with OpenSea, and then we have to open MoonPay. So MoonPay is a platform where we exchange digital currencies with normal money, means the money that we can touch with hand. Okay, so in MoonPay, we have to give the amount of each, and the amount will automatically come in USD dollars. Means it will be transformed like USD is transformed into INR with Google's API, you know that. So then we have to give the bank account or credit card. So here comes the, I should say, the most difficult part, that paying the gas fee. So the gas fees are huge for artists. So I would like to enlighten you that you can skip these by using lazy minting. So lazy minting is a process by which you can sell NFTs without paying gas fees. So first, when you launch the NFT, and then maybe a creator approaches you and will buys your NFT. So at that time, the gas fee you were going to pay is automatically going to get deducted from your original price. Okay, so then is NFT a good investment? So NFTs are a good investment if you think, because they are the future. They democratize access to art ownership. Crypto art or NFT art provides a better option for those with less capital to invest in digital pieces. Digital art ownership has proven to be a revolution since the advent of the internet. Okay, so what is the advantage that the artist will get by selling NFTs in an NFT marketplace? So I want to enlighten them that firstly, you sell those NFTs in your marketplace. Then you have a setting to give the creator fee. Means when someone purchases your NFT, the other person can take that NFT and resell it. I said it before that we can trade with it. So if that person resells it, you will get 5% commission for that art. So this is how artists can also be rich, and the creators can also be happy, as well as the investors. So there are several NFT marketplaces like OpenSea, Variable, but I mostly prefer OpenSea. There's a specific reason I prefer OpenSea. First, it has a huge user base, and mostly users know about OpenSea rather than any other NFT marketplace accounts like Variable or whatever. And second is this NFT marketplace allows lazy minting, which make us sell NFTs without paying any gas fee. So I want to show my NFT collection to you all. So you can see here, this is my NFT collection where I sell NFTs. Though this is a collection where AI creates the artworks for me. So here I end my speech. Thank you.
So thank you, Yash. I'll give you a couple of minutes just to show the NFTs that you're selling, if you want to describe them and tell people how they can buy them, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay, so this is an NFT, and you can see the site is OpenSea. So I preferred OpenSea, so you know. Okay, so now you can. So I'm the creator, so I can't buy actually. So I can only sell these. So the users who will come here, they will see an option here called buy. So they have to click it and have to connect their MetaMask account. So here I have my MetaMask account. So it will take a while to open. Yeah. So this is my MetaMask account. So here they have to connect their NFT marketplace and then deduct the value and get the NFT for them, and then the user can resell those. So that's all, ma'am.
You're done with your presentation, yes?
Yes, sir.
These are AI created artwork, my God.
Hmm.
Okay. Thank you. Nina, you're free, or shall I go to the social media for Christian?
No, I'm here. Yeah, if you want to, do you want to
Okay.
stop sharing so we can ask you some questions? Yash, that'd be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone is asking that she wants to place her photos in NFT. Is it possible? If yes, how?
Yeah, it is possible. So I can demonstrate you the process, how you can sell those NFTs. So let me share my screen then. Okay. So I have a collection named AI Create Artwork. So when you get in a collection, you get 3 dots in the right hand corner. You have to click that and then go to add item. And then in a MetaMask will show you a notification to sign. It will take a while because the internet is very bad in my locality. Okay, so here we have to place the image, PNG, GIF, SVG, MP4, MP3, or anything you want. You can sell anything as an NFT. Here you have to show the item name. So AI Create Artwork, you can give it 0078 or whatever new name you want. An external link is that you created a website where it shows your NFTs. So users can buy from that website too, or from OpenSea too. So it is a one-to-one thing, and you have to describe it in the description folder. And here comes the amazing part. So you have to show how many to mint. So if I say 100, 100 will be minted. So you can sell only 100 copies of your NFT. So maximum amount is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, maximum amount is 1 lakh NFTs. And here is the chain through which you want to sell. So it can be Ethereum, Polygon. Oh, now I only have Ethereum, Polygon, so it is showing only Polygon. So I can learn, I can click on these, or I can get on Ethereum, whatever you choose, and then
Yes, thank you so much. But due to time, maybe we will skip to the next speaker. I guess we need to do a complete workshop with you, how to create NFT and sell that. Beautiful, man. You are a gem. If you can kindly stop sharing, it will be great. But this is a beautiful information coming from a 14-year-old kid.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yash. I'm very, very impressed. I just said that, you know, you've learned most of this, I'm imagining yourself. You're incredibly inspiring. So thank you, and please stay with us. If anybody has any questions, they can contact you through the live chat too. We're going on to Gabrielle. Gabrielle, are you here? I can see your pictures there. Are you with us? There you are. Thank you so much. I'm going to start your 15 minutes. Please take time and do your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Arjit. Thank you so much, Nina, for this wonderful forum you have organized. I'm glad to be part of the World Leadership Summit today. And I'm glad to meet all of the speakers. Actually, I'm even more impressed by what Yasharka was presenting. I was trying to actually get to know what he was trying to say, but maybe I'll do a follow-up later. So my name is Gabriel. My name is Gabriel Okuta. I'm an investment banker. Gabriel Okuta, I'm the managing director of Gagecom Mechanics Enterprise. So basically Gagecom Mechanics Enterprise Limited actually, it's a company which focuses on automobile services. Recently, we introduced other type of services. We are in imports, logistics, finance, and property. So we are trying to expand and touch the market at a wider level. So let me ask a question. How many of you are comfortable with the current status quo we are in today? And how many the current status quo that has continued to put us over the years as the people who digest what has been happening. So basically, my view, we come to realize is that many small businesses have been having an idea to make it to make the conversation that it's okay to start a business, but to start a small business. I have a different view on the same. So what my view is, it's not okay to just start a business. We have been having conversations all over, listening to what guys have to say. And I think we are big business. I think basically as a competitive advantage, we need to restructure on our view of how to create big businesses. We not only need to be maybe vendors at the roadside, we need to own the market in full. So I've been thinking and I've been doing research on why entrepreneurs create business. Basically, my view has been here in Kenya, we do create business for 4 reasons. 1 is for lifestyle, 2 is to sell, 3 is for legacy, and 4 is for philosophy. Let me start with lifestyle. Basically, here in Kenya, we only build a business with a mentality to live in a fancy lifestyle. For example, normally in Kenya, we try to fix ourselves in a corporate, in our political environment by trying to acquire what do we call tenders. And we find it differently. In other world, for example, in other countries, they try to build a business for philosophy. So what am I trying to say? When we build a business for philosophy, we build a business for the future. We try and attract something that will create, bring impact, not only in ourselves, but also in the current future we are living in. So take an example, the current Americans and Indians, for example. When we realize, we see that, for example, in India, majorly they build a business for legacy. They try to come up with an idea. For example, their grandfather maybe built a corner shop, maybe for vending. Then you find the same shop, the son will build the same shop for other reason. So they build this business for generations to generations. So I'm trying to come up with an idea where we build not only a business to sell, we not only sell, but we build businesses for legacy. Apple says, for example, Apple says that only a person, you can only be capable to dream if you are a dreamer. And we find that, sorry, just a minute. Sorry for the interruption. Okay, so sorry for the interruption. Apple say my view on the current quo is to impact. Let me tell you a little story about myself. I remember when we first started Getchcom, we started it as an automotive company. So it was in a form of a garage. We collected few guys. I think I was 19 years old at that moment. So we brought these guys, we brought them together to try and see how we can impact the automotive sector. So normally it was viewed differently. So when we brought them together, we collected them and see how can we expand in this field. Then we decided to distribute the service. So those services were distributed, and it even created more jobs for those guys that were not capable to get the job itself. So then we expanded. I remember we partnered with several companies. We expanded into logistics, and we were even able to attract the automotive and the logistics sector in general. What were we trying to bring in place? We were trying to create an ecosystem of entrepreneurship where business people come together, they unite and trade in a one portfolio where they can distribute our product from Kenya, take it to South Africa without any obstacle. So it has a network, a wide network of varieties of business people. So we even impacted to try and bring business people together to train them on how they can grow, defend, market, and build a scope for a great business. So that was the general view of why we started it. Take an example here in Kenya. We have what is called chamas. Chamas are a group of women who come together. They save a cumulatively amount of money. Then the specific amount reaching an end year, they collect the amount, they take the amount collected, they go to a ShopRite, they buy stuffs. So you see, then another year they start rolling all over again. So it's the same investment. They started going all over, then accumulatively taking those amounts invest, buying they didn't have. So it's reaching a great need. So we need to change our mindset. We need to build something great, something that will impact generations after generations. Okay, so before I wind up, maybe to finish up with something, I partner with a consultancy called Okutas Consultancy, and I've been able to meet different business people. When I meet them, both of them they started, almost all of them, they start as startups. No, they only started with an idea. Whether it's Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, we all started as an idea. So my opinion is, let us not build business or create an enter in the entrepreneurial ecosystem just to build it for the sake of selling. Let us build a business for legacy. Let us build a business for philosophy that will impact not only this generation, but generations after generations. So thank you so much, Arjit. Thank you so much, Nina. And my take home is that the world is there for those who believe in it. And if we are here to explore, we are here to build something great. So I'm humbled for this opportunity, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Gabriel. And yeah, very inspiring. And you know, it's true that the world is your oyster, as they say. So it's there for taking. It's just sometimes we don't level up, I guess, and really go for what we want to do. But once you make that conscious step of going into creating something or starting your own business as an entrepreneur, or whatever it is you want to do, even finding a new job that suits you better, when you take that first step, you are taking your first step to a totally different lifestyle and change. So thank you so much. Do we have any questions for Gabrielle, Arijit?
Yeah.
We do. I'm going to go on mute.
Well, someone is asking this question from UK. How do you see the valuation at the moment, and why there is a bubble multiple times?
Sorry?
Well, the question would be probably, is there a bubble in valuation, and how do you address the valuation for startups?
Okay, thank you for that question. That was a nice question. So currently, the valuation, let me start by saying something. In Kenya, actually, where I come from, I remember being a startup is a difficult task. Actually, it's an hard rock at a point. So the current economy, actually, which we are relying on, doesn't support that much. But my view is anyone trying to start a business, the valuation could be that with the growing, how can I put it? With the growing internet explosion, like what we are having today, with the growing current of the state of exposure. Nowadays, we have more exposure. Like I myself, I do normally trade. I own a company based in South Africa, but I have never been there physically. So with the current growing exposure, and it is even more easier. So I heard someone saying about TikTok. They are more advised to use TikTok. So it is easier to get a startup, even rise, although most startups depend on funding, but it's even easier. If you have an idea, you pitch the idea, you bring it to the market, then it's more easier for the idea to people to grasp that idea and put it out there for people to see what solution are you coming to offer. So the valuation is clear, the roadmap is clear, and I think it's a quick run. If we hit the ground running, basically you will reach where you want to go.
Do you have any further questions, Arijit?
I think we will move to the next speaker because of time. Nothing else, but yeah, Gabriel, beautiful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Please stay back with us because we usually get the questions in social media. So if you stay back, we can actually ask the question whenever it's possible. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll share my link, how you can get me. I'll share my LinkedIn profile anywhere, Gabriel Okuta. If you search, you will find me. Let's engage. Let's see how we can create something great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And yeah, I do again encourage everybody to share their information in the chat. If you're watching, please follow the speakers, find Arijit on his social media and give him a follow, and support the World Leader Summit for bringing you this summit again today. And without further ado, if I could ask Dickens to unmute himself and put his camera on, I'm going to give you 15 minutes, and thank you for being patiently waiting with us. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the previous speakers. It's a great opportunity for me to be here today, and I'm delighted. So I'm going to be speaking about value add in Africa. Before I introduce myself, you and I believe that this world has had great men that have worked. Some have tried to do a lot of impact. Some have been successful in the attempt. Some have not been successful. But today we are standing on their shoulders to see that you make a better impact as you go on through the families, through the neighbors, through the friendships that you're making on a day-to-day basis. Going forward, I know those that are listening in, we have the Nelson Mandelas, we have Kwame Nkrumah, we have great speakers or people that are doing marvelous things across the world to see that at least we make this continent a better place. Hello, can you hear me? Nina, are you there? Oh, okay. Yes. So value add, I'd love to kickstart with the 10 most exported things to Africa before I get into the presentation. One, we have automotive as one of the biggest things we bring into Africa, computers and IT products, automobile, spare parts, software, clothing, and fashion accessories, pharmaceuticals, mobile phones, stationery, food stuffs, and Nigeria and South Africa being one of the leaders to bring in these products into their countries, electronics, machinery, and engineering products. While I was working on the presentation, I realized that there are lots of things that we as Africans have not added value to. Our biggest exports we send out in the different parts of the world entail fruits, raw materials in form of gold, silver, lithium, copper, among others, flowers, but we do not go an extra mile to see that we actually add value or enhance the experience of a customer so that wherever they get, who have earned of money, not sending out a raw material. So there have been different things or actions taken by different people to ensure that we meet at least the value add structure in the supply chain, like the African Free Trade Market area, where different African countries have come together to see that they assist in creating a one African market for the different member states and citizens within those particular member states. There's been a new development where they've created an AFCAC, whereby it's called the African Civil Aviation Commission, where about 35 African countries have come together to ensure that they create a one unified aviation system for African countries. What does this entail for African entrepreneurs dealing in different products across the world? One, it's going to make easy transportation of goods from one point to another in terms of cargo, in terms of employment. And as a result, we're looking at a very well structured infrastructure from one point to another. The places right now you find it hard to go across in Africa without a road network or an airline, but systems are being put in place to ensure that that is met. So what are the key sectors in our value add in Africa we're looking at? We're looking at one, logistics. Owning a business in Kenya, I've come to realize that transportation, for you to transport a car or a truck from Uganda to Kenya, it takes about 6 to 12 hours of cargo. During lockdown, we had very, very big issues in that drivers would take about 48 hours or even 72 hours, depending on the location or the final destination, or even that testing delay results that happen at the border points. So what would be my take on the things that we need to do towards logistics? One, we need to define the cross-border changes, whereby if goods are coming from Mombasa to Uganda to Rwanda to Botswana, we need to have a system whereby by the time they're going through from one point to another, these particular goods have already been cleared, and the system whereby by the time you get to the border point, you do not actually need to physically clear them. They're just verifying your paperwork. So that would reduce about 2 to 3 to 4 hours goods spent moving from one point to another. Take a look through goods like oranges, vegetables that come from Tanzania to Kenya on a weekly basis. They're transported by trucks. It's still a very long period of time, yet we could have air systems put in place. Now with the African Civil Aviation Commission be put in place, this system is going to be improved and we're going to have a better approach. Come to policies. I think our country's an example of Ghana. We've been put in a place where we need to devise better means on how to approach how we trade with one another. The biggest challenge we've had in the previous years is every nation wanted to stand out on its own, which has made it difficult for even countries within the neighborhood, within the different associations like East African Community, ECOWAS, to even trade with them. This has been seen whereby the different African countries have even struggled to supply food across the different countries that are playing a role within the association they're playing in. What would be our advice here is the biggest leaders that affect the least person making the day-to-day income of $5, $10, $20 that are sustaining the economy are affected by just a decision where a leader is going to choose to make a different approach on how to approach things in terms of pricing, one, systems and structures to support them, that if I brought my goods to Kenya, what is there to assist me sell at a favorable price? So if those policies are put in place, they're going to assist people view life from a different point of view. The other is going to be the tax system. As the previous speaker made it very clear, the youth in Africa face it very hard with taxes. You'd have a foreigner come in and they get a 5-year tax exemption, yet a youth ranging between 15 to 35 years is actually starting out business, maybe from high school or university, and they're facing taxes from the first year of operation, whereby where would they earn the money? If you're 18 years, you do not have generational wealth. What does it actually mean for you? Because you are looking down to start earning, employ more people, sustain the business through the first 3 years of operation. And when you start getting into paying taxes, I'm talking about 15% if you're paying VAT and other additional taxes, this is going to make it hard for you as a startup owner or a business owner to grow, particularly above a particular threshold within the next 5-10 years. So my call to the different people that are making policies in the African structure, this is one of the things they need to work on. Yes, we have very many startups that are doing marvelous things across Africa, but what does it entail for us? The tax system, the things that need to be approached differently in terms of even how do they ensure that this is actually put to use. The other is energy and resource. The biggest problem we have is right now is we do not have a lot of power supply across Africa. An example is South Africa, where we've had even load shedding, and this is the biggest economy in Africa. Part of the problem we're having is it's not that they can't afford to put these systems in place to sustain their entrepreneurs, because manufacturing is happening on a day-to-day basis. But what does it actually mean to a manufacturer who is producing and paying wages on an hourly basis if there is no structures that are sustaining them through operating or running their manufacturing plant? So we need to look beyond paying a tax. We need to look beyond seated in an office and it has solar or it has an inverter. What does it mean to someone looking at a 3-phase, 5-phase manufacturing plant? If that is put in place, I think we're going to have more manufacturing in Africa. We're going to have better products. We're going to have also different output that is going to be eye-touching. An example has been revealed through the Wakanda show that was held in Nigeria, whereby different, thank you. Let me take on the questions.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to get your attention because I know that if we've got questions, people would be extremely interested in asking you those. Do we have questions, Arijit?
Not yet, only.
Not yet, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to move on to the next speaker. I do apologise, Dickens. Thank you so much. There's a lot of information. So I know that a lot of people would take that information and run with it because it's valuable information for them to be shared, have you share with them. So thank you. I'm going to ask you to stay here so that if any questions do come through, then the wonderful Arijit will be asking you those when we do get a chance in between speakers. So please don't run off, and ask your friends, of course, to definitely connect and watch you. Stay in the group and connect with everybody else and share your details. And the next speaker I'm going to go to is Charlotte. Charlotte, are you there? And thank you so much for waiting to the speakers that are still waiting to talk. Charlotte, are you there? If you are there, please can you unmute and put your camera on so that we can listen to you for 15 minutes. Okay, Charlotte's not replying, so maybe she's just dashed off because I had a little word with her not long ago. Emmanuel, are you there?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, Emmanuel. If you can unmute and put your camera on, and we're ready for your presentation, and then we'll come to Charlotte afterwards. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I would like to thank Arijit. Thank him so much. I want to thank you for this great vision and this initiative. Thank you, Nina. I believe that this is very strategic. It's really bringing the world together. And world of innovators, world of technologies, world of business leaders, and so forth. Thank you very much. Can I share my screen? No, right. Okay. Okay, just a minute.
Take your time, no problem. Meanwhile, when you're sharing, why don't you say that from which country you're coming from?
All right, thank you very much. Yes, I'm coming from Ghana. I'm from Ghana. Ghana is in the West Africa. It's a great nation. It's actually the home of the African Free Trade Secretariat. So it's a great country for business. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So anyway, so I would be talking about strategic partnerships. And I believe strongly that we're actually in an era where that is greatly needed. It's actually needed. And a lot of startups are looking to scale up, but there's a challenge for how to scale up. So I did my research and realized that not every business actually needs funding. I concluded that not every business needs funding. Some actually need strategic partnership to help to scale up. So I will be touching on the strategic partnership and how to go into that. My name is Emmanuel Achu. I'm the CEO of the Cosmos Hub and also the managing partner of TCL Consult Limited. In Ghana, we operate also across the world, and it's a great company. Yeah, so I'll be talking about strategic partnership quickly. Let me just a minute, sorry for. All right, thank you very much. So I'll be talking about strategic partnerships, what it's all about, what it does, and what startups need to know and what they need to do in order to scale up in business and in what they ought to do. So quickly, it's about leveraging strategic partnership for growth, expansion, and development. My name is Emmanuel again. My company is Cosmos Hub and TCL Consult. We're into technology, also into business advisory, and we do more of partnerships and network, basically. What is the essence of strategic partnership? Strategic partnership is a mutual beneficial arrangement, and actually it helps to bring two companies together, and these companies do not mutually compete with each other. That's one thing we need to understand about strategic partnership. It takes away the competition. It helps to bring companies together. Strategic partnership mitigates risk associated with engaging partners and with maximizing benefits obtained from the partnership. There are some risks associated with partnership. There are so many reasons why a lot of people do not want to go into that. It's mainly because of the risk involved. One of the risks is the greater impact risk. There is the increased resources. There's reputation damage. There's a burden on the resource commitment. And one major factor for which reason a lot of people do not want to go into that is the intellectual property theft. And it's been happening a lot in the areas, emerging markets and so forth. Another reason is also the limited autonomy. So that's why a lot of startups especially do not want to go into that. I did my research and realized that most countries are now looking into incorporated partnership, encouraging startups to go into incorporated partnership just to help to scale up and also for expansion mainly. Now, there are some few benefits we need to know about strategic partnership. One of them is the enhanced credibility. There's some companies that you need to partner with existing brand in order to gain credibility in the market. Then maybe probably after some time, you would be able to come up with your own solutions and so forth. There's some solutions that have already been developed. You don't need to now go into how to set it up and all that in terms of resources and time. So another benefit is the access to new markets. Now it's actually been advised, especially companies that want to advance and also expand into emerging markets. There are some firms there and companies that you could easily partner with. Yes, just to have access to those markets. It also improves the operational efficiency. It helps to operate in such countries, especially companies that want to expand into Africa, those that want to expand into India. So it's one sure way to improve your operational efficiency. It also increases the information flow. That's the benefit you get when you go into strategic partnerships. The examples of strategic partnership we need to look at. One key example is the strategic technology partnerships. I am into technology, the company into technology, and we've actually been able to partner with a number of firms. There's some solutions that we've not yet developed. It already exists. We just had to partner with those companies in order to scale up, in order to expand and also see growth in the business. So in technology partnership, I mean, we have a number of them even in the world. We have Adobe partnering with Microsoft. We have Apple and Google. These are strategic technology partnerships that you could actually leverage on. And it's so important that we go into such things, especially if the startup doesn't have capital and all that. And what you want to do, there's a company that has it, you need to seek advice, get an advisor who would actually advise you on how to partner with firms to help you to scale up, right? Then we also have the strategic marketing partnerships. So there are people that want to go into marketing and all that, marketing their product. There are people who actually rely on channel marketers, channel distributors in other nations. These are strategic ways to expand into other markets and even scale up your business. So we have strategic marketing partnership, but we could see that Toyota, IQ marketed as the Aston Martin segment. It happened, right? And so these are examples we could actually learn from. We also have strategic integration partnership, and even under the technology partnerships, we have this as part of it, the integration partnership. There are companies that actually would have to actually integrate either APIs whatsoever. These are plugins that have already been developed. You can just integrate that. You don't need to develop from the scratch. So these are examples we can learn from. Uber, we have Spotify, we have the soundtrack for your ride, we have the Spotify, the Starbucks, we have the Nike and Apple agree to produce and develop the new sports films. So these happen, right? So these are some examples we could leverage on in order to scale up. Then there are precautions we need to take note of. And these precautions would help any company that wants to go into partnerships. Number one is set clear expectations and objectives. It's very important. We have to set clear, outline our expectations for independent partnership and ensure that you have a good understanding of what your partner expects in return. There are a lot of partnerships that I think things are silent, things have not well been communicated, and the objectives are not clear. And at the long run, it affects the businesses. So we need to find out, you need to find out what is the what's, the why's, and the how's. It's very important in partnerships. The other thing you have to look at is check the compatibility of your partner. You have to check whether you are compatible. Look out for soft traits like honesty, very important. There's some companies that are not honest. You need to check that before you go to such partnerships, right? Then there's also, you have to conduct a SWOT analysis of the partnership. You have to assess the strength, the weakness, the opportunities, the threats of the partnership, and you have to devise a strategy to inform your decision. Very important. The other thing too is that you have to simulate the partnership. You don't have to just bring in the partner into your business outright. You have to simulate it. Introduce the partner gradually into your business to understand how things should go, to assess and do proper evaluation of these partnership. The other thing is that you have to put into writing. There are a lot of partnerships that were not well documented. In the long run, there are issues that came out with it. So clearly state your objectives and put into writing and to help you to scale up properly. Now, some few things to take home. One is that strategic partnerships reduce risk associated with engaging partners while maximizing benefits obtained. That's what it does. It reduces risk. The next point is that the best partnerships are built on reliability, trust, and collaboration. The world is now moving into collaborations more than competition. So we have to take note of that as well. Now, the next point is ensure you fully understand the partner's expectations and communicate clearly what you expect in return. And conduct in-depth strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats analysis on the partner and the partnership. Guard your interest. That's also very important. And also patent designs, ideas, concepts, and solutions. Now, this is one major challenge. That's why we have intellectual property tax. And it happens a lot in the emerging markets and even some developing nations and all that. So you have to make sure you get an advisor, a lawyer, legal person to advise on how to patent your ideas and your concept. Reduce agreement into writing once you reach that partnership and spell out your terms clearly. Right. So these are some of the things we do as a company. We advise on technology. We into technological partnership as well. We do business development, and we have a program called the Accentuates program by my company and our consortium. So we advise on all this. We provide solutions for business development through our extensive global network. We facilitate linkages that lead to growth, access to new market entrants, and investment opportunities. We facilitate development of partnerships, trade, and investment opportunities between businesses in different countries. That's what we do as a company. We work across different sectors and industry, though one of our areas strength actually is the area of technology. So thank you very much for having me. Thank you to, I'm always available to connect. Thank you so much, Rachel. Great vision. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Emmanuel. If you don't mind just unsharing your screen so we can see you again, that'd be great. Do we have any questions, Arijit?
Yeah, we have one. What is the condition? I think both of you can answer this, Dickens and Emmanuel, one by one. What is the condition of Africa when we are talking about growth? We see a lot of gap when we are talking about growth. What is the main thing? Is it network? Is it technology? Is it the policy? How do you propose it?
All right, so I'll take it from three different areas. One of them is the policy aspect. It's actually the duty of the government to create a conducive environment for startups. In Ghana, the environment has been created. The platform has been created. We have a lot of incubators. We have a lot of firms that have come out that are actually in partnership with the government. The government has actually given that opportunity for startups to grow. So that actually helps startups to grow and even companies to develop. The other thing too is technology. Africa has not really advanced in the area of technology. And the main issue has to do with the kind of partnership we go into and also the development, the training, right? We have a lot of talented people in Africa, but what we need is the training, the education. That would help a lot of companies to actually scale up in Africa. And also as part of what we do, the strategic partnership advisory. That's also very key to help startups and companies to scale up. Thank you.
Maybe just in addition, great points you've shared there. I think it also starts with the education system. I think up until recently, most of our education system was fitting people into employment. not the typical innovator, the typical business mindset someone ought to have had, and also coming down to the structures in place, because at the end of the day, not everyone is going to feed the economy from within the country. Are you giving them access to the outside market, and what's the privilege you're giving them to do that business out of the country, out of the borders that are limited within? So I think the growth opportunity is huge. The limitations are starting with one, the individuals, then the people that are assisting in the decision-making process at government level. Yes.
Brilliant answer. Over to you, Nina.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So we're going to go on to the next speaker, which is Sama. Sama, are you here? I know that you left and came back. Are you available?
Yes, I am.
Okay. If we can go to you, and then Charlotte, if Charlotte's back again, we'll go to Charlotte. That's great. I'm going to put on the timer, so I will give you a 5-minute wave, and look forward to hearing what you got to tell us. Thank you.
Can I share my screen? Hello, everyone. Can everyone see my screen? I hope it's visible. Perfect. So today, what am I going to talk about? First, I would like to introduce myself. I am Sana Numan Chaudhary. I am an architect, a WLAP, a true advisor. I'm a certified zero-waste professional, and I've been working in the sector of sustainable design and air pollution and mitigating air pollution in buildings and at city scale for the past 10 years. I'm the CEO of a startup called Breathe that is working on air pollution and mitigating air pollution in Pakistan. So today I'll be walking you through that and the possible methods of mitigating this problem in developing countries. So let's begin. So air pollution in Pakistan is a major problem. All of Pakistanis, 228 million people live in areas where an average particular pollution levels exceed the WHO guidelines. If we do tackle this problem, residents would gain 3 to 5 years of life expectancy if we bring that level within the WHO limits. Lahore, where I live, is a major city of Pakistan, is right now ranked as the most polluted city in the world. So I'll be talking about Lahore, the pollution, and how technology can help mitigate this problem, and what Breathe.io and we are doing to solve this problem. So as you can see, this data has been taken from a study conducted by the University of Chicago. So it shows different cities and the life expectancy that they would gain if PM 2.5 levels are within the guidelines of WHO. I can remove this so that, sorry, I'll just do it like this. Yeah. So this data is from 2018. And at this point, Delhi was at the #1, but sadly, right now, Lahore is at #1 concerning air pollution. So in highly polluted cities, with 64% reduction, you could gain like 3 to 5 years and like 5 to 6 years of life if you tackle this problem. So this is the current situation right now. Since it's winters, the air concentrates and the particles settle. And previously, it used to be fog. Now, combined with smoke, it's become smog. So the condition is quite bad right now. You can see all these red areas. There are currently 25 monitoring stations in Lahore, and there are certain data gaps with those stations. And I think the scale of a city like Lahore, 25 stations are not enough to solve this problem. So the reasons, what are the reasons behind this problem are there lack of multiple air quality monitors, there's waste burning, there's industry emission, there are air monitor data gaps, there's lack of proper legislation regarding air pollution, there's vehicular emissions, and there's lack of carbon footprint caps. I believe all of these things coming together contribute to the current situation. So what is Breathe.io doing? Breathe.io has a two-stage process. First, we developed a smart air purifier, which is cost-effective, so that we can increase accessibility for the people. It has a three-layer HEPA filtration system. It is Wi-Fi connected. It uses the power of artificial intelligence and machine learning to monitor, control, and forecast air pollution within your environment. So we are giving users the power to actually forecast air pollution in their environment. We measure 6 different gas levels so that users can identify the source of pollution. It has anomaly detection, it has pollutant scanning, and the good thing is we are priced 5 times less than leading brands. We're equally efficient and we're 5 times cheaper. So this is the immediate solution to the problem of smog that we've developed so that people can breathe clean air. We also have another solution where we want to deploy air monitoring sensors across Lahore. 25 are not enough right now. So multiple monitors across various locations to identify pollution nodes. Apologies. I'm working from home. Apologies. So Maria has different pollutants to identify sources of pollution. Then we're using data for targeted interventions, using AI/ML on gathered data to forecast and reduce air pollution, and then using analyzed data to help government develop legislations to enforce carbon caps. I think this is the way forward. We have data gaps, we have lack of data, and only if you can measure, then you can mend. So we need targeted interventions, and this is the solution. We're running a pilot of this solution right now, and we will be pitching it to the government soon. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, I would love to hear them. And if someone wants to get in touch, kindly feel free to contact us, approach us at, you can contact me at sana@breathe.com. I'll also share my LinkedIn with you.
Hey, Sana, can you please kindly turn off your screen sharing? It will be great. It's a short and sweet presentation. Thank you so much for the beautiful company presentation of yours. This will be really great. Just a quick question. When we are talking about optimizing the air quality, and you are saying that probably with a device, things can be done. What is the exact pricing module for your device, and how exactly you feel that with the density of air quality that you have at the moment can be optimized?
You're talking about the smaller solutions or the large scale solution?
The large scale solution I'm talking about.
The large scale solution. Yeah. Okay, so we're pricing it between 3,000 to 5,000 rupees, Pakistani rupees, because it has to be cost effective. Because if you're going to you're deploying multiple at a larger scale, so it needs to be cost effective. And then we have 3 levels. So at the first level, we're providing a basic solution where we're monitoring 6 different levels. But when we've identified the pollution nodes, you zoom in and then you add more sensors to it. So the targeted area, for instance, we're also measuring, I'll give you an example, we're monitoring ammonia as well. So where there are open drains, there's a lot of ammonia there. So once you've identified that area and you've identified a particular problem, then you add another layer of sensors. Then you add another layer of complicated sensors to for more targeted monitoring and targeted interventions.
Brilliant. Another quick question which came from social media. It's basically a message that came, so I probably need to reframe the question with a lot of dots. But thank you for this question that you're raising. Finland, for an example, have created a lot of innovation. So why don't we collaborate with Finnish companies rather than creating innovation? I guess this is a direct question to you, Sana.
Sorry, this is a question for me? Sorry, yeah. Could you kindly repeat
that? Sure. So someone is saying that Finland is best for creating innovative products. So why don't you collaborate with some Finnish company and then maybe implement that in your country instead of you are creating the entire wheel by yourself?
That is I think that's a good idea. We are always open for collaborations. There are a lot of steps to it. One, knowing the right opportunity, two, connecting with the right stakeholders, and 3, we understand the local context better than any Finnish company would. I think us developing a local solution, we be living here, we understanding the context, and we understanding the need that is required, because this is a context-centric solution. But we would love to partner with Finnish or any other country. We're open to collaborations, we're open to solutions, and since we're on a mission to solve this problem, so we would love to collaborate.
Super. On behalf of World Leader Summit, I'll give you a small input, Sana. We have approximate 2.5 million subscribers into our newsletter, which usually goes on a monthly basis via email, except the speakers. So we usually send it to the corporates, companies, people who subscribe to our portal. It's an automated process. Yeah. So if you feel that if there is anything that we can do for you, maybe integrating your information into our newsletter or in our blog. Blog is not that much popular, but usually we get 15,000 footfall in each and every blog that we post. So if you feel that helps, feel free to let us know. So I guess this is the time. Nina is looking at me and she's going to probably kill me if I take a lot of time. Well,
thank you for your generous offer. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Over to you, Nina.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Pleasure, Sarah. It's always about humanity and helping each other. Always.
Well, thank you so much, Sana. Sana, it's an important message we've not heard as much of today. So I think it's always good to have a diverse conversation about all the things that we can collectively do to make a change. And again, I'm going to ask everybody to connect with one another. If you're watching and you want to connect with one of the speakers, please do. Remember to follow Arijit on his social media and the World Leader Summit, because we need your support when it comes to having followers, and also to share our material. On Facebook, we are live, so please share the link to anybody that you think may benefit from watching these wonderful leaders today on the World Leader Summit. And without any further ado, I'm going to go to Rahul. Rahul, are you there? Rahul? Just give Rahul a couple of seconds, because behind the scenes, what you don't see is we're communicating with a lot of the speakers and trying to get you all up. So a little bit of patience is often needed by yourselves. Rahul, are you there? If not, Rahul isn't there, then we'll go to Charlotte and we'll come back to Rahul after. I hope that's okay. Yeah, we'll go to Charlotte. Charlotte, if you want to do your presentation, share your screen. And mute yourself, and I'll give you 15 minutes. I'll give you the 5-minute wave when you've got 5 minutes, just to keep you in line with timing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nina, and thank you, Arijit, for having me tonight. Let me share my screen. So good evening. I've seen a lot of speakers tonight, and we welcome you to the World Leader Summit. I'm Charlotte Ibanez. I'm one of the directors and CEO of Al Shannon Group of Companies. We have 4 companies in the Middle East and Asia, and our vision is actually to be the preferred legal consulting company in the Middle East and in Asia. So to start off the presentation, let me give you the topic, leadership in business. I know that there are a lot of speakers earlier who were talking about their business. And so today we have so many experts in the field and industry leaders that we just want to refresh. So this is just kind of a reminder for us of what are the secrets of entrepreneurship. So if you look at the screen, you will see that these are people that we know already, maybe not the Gen Z. We can see at the picture, we have Sam Walton, we have Jack Welch of General Electric. And of course, we have McDonald's, L'Oreal. These are famous brands that you can see. Now, first thing that we have to remember is that successful leaders in business are always committed to leadership excellence. And you can see that and feel that throughout the World Leader Summit. A lot of experts in the field, and you cannot be good or excellent in what you do as a leader and attain that kind of leadership excellence without the combination of so many different traits. Now, for interest of time, of course, there are a lot of factors, there are a lot of secret ingredients that I believe are crucial for us, and we can cite examples, so many examples, but we will just focus on 3 things that I think are crucial for leaders to remember and to get refreshed about these principles. So in order for us to attain and achieve the maximum potential, of course, as a leader, we need to make tough decisions. We need to know how to handle conflict and building relationship. So as the founder of Walmart, if you can see, Sam Walton and Walmart is now today the world's largest retailer. Sam Walton was always looking for what was new in the retail industry and adopted to the latest trends. He was also obsessed with improving things and also promoted learning and leadership at all levels. He always shifted people to different kinds of, different departments. He would do cross-functional training and promoted operational efficiency. So he also utilized the concept of the 7-20-10 principle in learning. So what's the 7-20-10 principle? 70% you can learn things on the job. So on the job training, 20% when you have the formal coaching, and 10% is based on the structured learning courses and reading. So he was able to implement this across the organization because he always believed on the principle of excellence. And we can only do our job better if we always try to attain that kind of quality. So even after his death, Sam's legacy is actually very much evident today as Walmart continues to be the world's leading or the world's largest company when it comes to retail by revenue. So as of October 31, 2022, they have 10,586 stores. Imagine that. So what are the key takeaways or the learnings that we can get from the story of Sam Walton and Walmart? First, as a leader, of course, we have to be curious. We must stay curious so that we can constantly learn. We will have this appetite for learning. We need to learn how to improve ourselves, our leadership skills, our people, our organization, and even develop more leaders around us. And we must also learn how to inspire others to do the same. Number 2, successful business leaders have grit and business acumen. I know some of you might have heard about the psychologist and author, Miss Angela Duckworth. She was able to talk about grit as the strongest predictor for success. And she mentioned that in her book. For the last 15 years, she was actually studying leaders. And she was studying a lot of different individuals. And she was able to discover that you have to have grit in order to become successful. So according to her, she said that the secret of outstanding achievement isn't talent. It's a special blend or a combination of persistence and passion, which she now calls grit. So other than grit, there's actually business acumen. So a leader in business must have strong business acumen, which means that he must be able to understand and make decisions based on current and future state of his company. He also understands his decision, which has a financial impact. So most often than not, as leaders, we tend to forget this thing that every action, every decision that we do, or even if we procrastinate, there is always a financial implication. So as a leader, you have to have this strong business acumen, and you know how to uplift your team spirit and lead your team to attain great success. So these secret ingredients have been found in the person of Jack Welch. Now, Jack Welch, as we know, he is the former CEO of General Electric, and he was actually one of the heralded greatest leader in his era. Well, there are some who actually argue or contest his principles, but when he became the chairman, the 8th chairman and CEO of General Electric, he said that it was like a baptism of fire, as he had to choose between whether to fix or to close or sell various underperforming businesses. And as we know, as entrepreneurs and business owners, that is a very difficult thing to do, that particular exercise of trying to figure out whether you want to close that business or you want to continue that business. So according to the General Electric's track record, when Jack led the company in 1981, the company's stock price struggled and its market capitalization hovered around $14 billion at the time. But when he retired 2 decades later, it stood at more than $410 billion. Imagine that. So what's our key takeaway in the story of Jack Welch and General Electric? First of all, of course, well, as a leader, we must be agile and resilient. We must have that grit. No matter how hard it gets, we should never give up. We must always find solutions to our problems. If the door is closed, find another door or find another window. And sometimes there is this saying that I recently read that, not all doors are actually locked. So you just have to push it. So push. Understand that setback is actually not a setback. It's actually a reset. It's a redirection for a better path. Lastly, know that that leading people and business takes time and effort. So be patient and wait to see the results of our labor. Number 3, successful leaders in business have integrity and ethics. Now, integrity and ethics are the building blocks of trust. Of course, as a leader, no matter who you are dealing with in business, whether you're talking about different kind of stakeholders, suppliers, vendors, your people, the board of directors, your shareholders, you must operate in an environment of trust. Now, it means that if you are not honest, you are not truthful, and you don't hold yourself with high moral standards, then of course you cannot be trusted as a leader. It will have an effect on your reputation. It may even lead to financial losses. So no matter how challenging the road may be in entrepreneurship, of course, we need to place the interest of the company and the people at heart. We must be able to walk the talk, be consistent with our actions. Principle and actions must go hand in hand. Research has linked greater integrity will increase the workplace performance. And of course, employees serving under high integrity leaders, according to recent studies, have demonstrated more positive workplace behaviors and fewer negative workplace behavior. So, according to 5-star integrity leadership, they have cited real cases, example of companies, those who have done it correctly and those that have done it wrong. So one classic example is L'Oreal. Okay, L'Oreal compliance program actually is built around a simple code of ethics. And it was written in plain language with numerous practical day-to-day example. And they even have online sessions, collective classroom sessions, or printed copies. The company also hosts an annual ethics day, which had an opportunity to ask the CEO about the code and compliance in general. So the event is attended by a large number of employees, and the CEO receives thousands of questions. To date, the chief ethics officer has visited 70 countries and openly talked with employees at all levels in all types of jobs. Now, in contrast to that is Uber. As you have seen in the recent headlines, their deeply rooted culture, overt sexism, or criminal behavior And of course, unauthorized rides, violations of intellectual property, and privacy broke out. Uber did not have standards of ethical conduct in place. So let alone its director being exemplary on this regard. So what are the key takeaways for these two classic example of companies? One, for L'Oreal, start right to end right. Since they have done it correctly, they have done it well, let's emulate their example. Then for the case of Uber, of course, we as a company should endeavor to promptly correct our policies and procedures. We must take conscious effort to instill the values that we want to envision in our company to our people. So as a recap, successful leaders in business have three things. They are committed to leadership excellence, they have grit and business acumen, and of course, they have integrity and ethics. And lastly, as a bonus, successful leaders in business learn to read people. Now, oftentimes we forget about this particular trait of communication. We must open our senses and be able to read the people aggressively. So when McDonald's did that, they listened intently. They asked themselves, what do our customers want? The strategy of McDonald's is now reaping good results because they have, by listening to their customers, they have now opened for healthier option menus. And of course, they have tackled the problem on obesity when it comes to not only in children, but as well as adults. Lastly, let us endeavor as leaders to be the best version of ourselves every single time. Because as leaders, people follow us. They look for us for the direction. So whatever we display, what kind of values we actually manifest, people are more likely to follow suit. I know that all of us here, or most of you that are here, are already successful in your own career, in your own business, in your own pursuits. No doubt about that. But I want to leave you with this last question. Will you, as a business leader, choose to matter? Thank you so much, Mr. Arijit. Thank you, Nina, for having me for this World Leadership Summit.
It's World Leader Summit.
A World Leader Summit, sorry.
And we, as you said, we are all leaders in our own right. Can I ask you to stop sharing your screen so we can see you? And then we can go to ask Arijit if there are any questions. That'd be amazing.
Yeah. You need to stop share your screen.
Yeah.
I did that, Honor. Don't worry.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's perfectly fine. Yeah, a quick question to you. How do you quantify innovative leader? How will you define an innovative leader?
Okay, so from previous discussions that we have seen, an innovative leader is always or constantly disrupting itself. So it means that you also embrace change. And if you do that, you welcome yourself for all other trends that is coming along your way. You always have that opportunity to not only innovate yourself or change yourself, you try to look at what is the latest out there. So by that, you constantly change your people, your organization, your processes, everything that you think might be able to help your organization achieve that kind of potential, maximum potential.
Thank you. Over to you, Nina.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Charlotte, for sharing such a informative and very well presented presentation. It was really easy to follow with the presentation. I'm super excited because we have a lot of other speakers just come into the room. So I think without further ado, we'll go to Rahul. Rahul, are you there? I think I saw you flash up for a moment. There you are. If we go over to you, I'm going to give you your 15 minutes. You will get the 5-minute wave if you wonder what I'm doing, and it's over to you. Look forward to it.
Is there a speaker from Africa speaking before me, or should I start?
You can. After you, we will call Luka from Tanzania.
Tanzania. Yeah, it's amazing. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So I'll just start my presentation. So, hello everyone, I am Rahul Sudavatia. I am going to present on this topic to how to become healthy and medicine free in 15 minutes in WLS. So it's going to be based on holistic approaches and I'll present it. I don't term myself from any particular country as we have been seeing. So I'll say myself as representing Earth, because all the holistic approaches that I have gathered over the years, so the spiritual practices I have learned from Western shamans, the mindset and preservance I have learned from East Asian, Chinese and Japanese. Spiritual practices like holistic, I have learned from my own Indian spiritual practices and religious traditions. So I'll not take this presentation as from just one country, but everything that we have learned using the holistic knowledge available over the years, using ancient wisdom and everything. So it's powered by Health Planeta. It's a startup venture that we are starting on health and nutrition very soon. So, like, we live in a generation that we are plagued with diseases. Health has become a very expensive affair, and medical treatment can at best help those in medical emergencies. But we have not found a way to keep illnesses away, and we have not found a concrete method of staying healthy that will work for everyone. So let us explore today if we can stay fit and healthy without being dependent on current healthcare. So like now, if we want to do it on in 15 minutes, so it's going to take some effort. Either I'll have to have some superpowers or I'll have to make sure that I ensure you realize yours. So I'm going to take the second approach. I'll make sure that you realize your own superpowers and ensure that you work on your own health and fitness, not someone else. So let's swallow the bitter pills first. Our disease is a reflection of our daily habits. Our health is a reflection of our daily habits. Our mood is a reflection of our daily habits. Our happiness is a reflection of our daily habits. And all of the problems that we perceive are because of our own fault. So it is most important to first accept this. Then only we can understand that why we are unhappy, why we have diseases. So there are a lot of holistic approaches that people practice. Let's look at them, that what different practices people use to stay healthy. It can be yoga, it can be meditation, breathing exercises, healthy eating, worshipping, acupressure, sunlight exposure, vegan diet or fasting, holidays, relocating, athlete level fitness, superfoods, supplements, stress-free mindset, numerology, astrology, metaphysics, limiting EMF exposure, working on inner peace, mental emotional healthiness, or practicing gratitude, helping others, color therapy, energy work, energy healing, Ayurvedic supplements, yogi mindset, yogi lifestyle, living away from pollution. So there are a lot of practices that we have seen that can help us to become healthy, but they are not effective for everyone. That's what we know. That is why they're not popular, because This is not scientifically proven, and they don't have the same efficacy for every person. So let's try and figure out from basic level what we need to avoid. We need to, there are things that directly impact our health that we need to avoid. The sedentary lifestyle, exposure to EMF and radiations, commercial and junk food, pesticides and fertilizers, processed food, binge eating, chemicals, medicines, drugs, too much alcohol, excessive smoking, and use of, we should use only herbal and organic chemical-free soaps, shampoo, toothpaste, creams, oils, etc. Because these products induce a lot of chemicals into our body through our skin, which is the biggest organ of our body. Okay, so living chemical-free is also ensuring to make sure these products that we use are chemical-free. And there are other factors that have indirect impact on our health. So that will be the most important part we'll be discussing in this presentation. All this that we have discussed is just brief of it. So these are negative emotions, stressful thoughts, sad feelings, people who demean us, anger, resentment, unsolved trauma, inferiority complex, procrastination, harming the nature, hurting others, cheating, lying, or misguiding. So what will work for me to stay healthy? All approaches that have been mentioned, they are all successful ways of becoming healthy, but they don't have the same results for everyone. So we need to create a balanced lifestyle using a combination of healthy elements to ensure they work for us. So first, let's try and understand the origin of our illness, how the human body works, and how can we remove these illnesses. Let us start with the basics and understand who we are, what are our default priorities. Our first priority is a good, fulfilling family life. Second priority is a healthy, disease-free, and very, very long life. That's what everyone wishes for. Wealth, reputation, ego. Then comes religion. Then we want knowledge. And when we have acquired all these 5 things, then we think about what is human existence all about and why is everything the way it is. So, and what is the origin of sickness or disease? This will be interesting. Now, human body is an electromagnetic structure which stays healthy if all the energy centers or so-called chakras of our body and its energy flow channels are free of blockages. So if we look at it from a scientific perspective, like yesterday also we had a speaker who was speaking on the frequencies and how they affect the human body and what is the normal frequency of the human body for all the metabolic activities to be performed effectively. So there comes the concept of energy. If we go from the point of view of physics, every physical living entity is a collection of light atoms, and whenever a collection of light atoms form a physical structure, they have an electromagnetic field around it. So that is what our human body is as well. We are electromagnetic structures where we have definite energy centers in our body. Each center is connected to particular organs. Each center transfers energy from one another to the organs. There are energy channels, like a proper plumbing of energy is happening in our body. So any disease is either a blockage in one of the energy centers or in one of the pipelines that is transmitting those energy or the energy flow channels. So now from this energetic perspective, if these blockages are cleared regularly, there will be no new diseases. And with regular practice, many long-term lifestyle and other diseases can also be fixed without medicines. And to improve our holistic health, both science and mythology says it's more important to change our mindset to achieve desired results. So let us see in more details about that later. Holistic approaches have long-term effects only if one understands their own holistic electrochemical structure and then work on all aspects of health from physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual aspects. So we have to understand all these aspects and work on all of them if we want to improve our health. Just knowing or just practicing physical, just trying to improve your physical health or just emotional health or just mental health is not going to make you completely healthy. You'll have to have a balanced all-round approach. So let us look at the 7 chakras and their functions and the organs that they control. We'll start from the lower end. So the first chakra is the root chakra. The root chakra controls the testis, kidneys, and spine, and it is related, blockages in the root chakra are related to diseases in these organs. Similarly, the sacral chakra has these particular organs, the bladder, the prostate, the ovaries, the kidneys, the gallbladder, bowel, spleen, which are related to the sacral chakra. Similarly, the solar plexus has intestines, pancreas, liver, bladder, stomach, and upper spine. So, and all this is related. Like if you see any sugar or diabetes patient, so, and if you, wait, I'll the next slide also. So if you look, so for a solar plexus chakra, if the solar plexus chakra is balanced, then there is respect for self and for others. The person is confident, outgoing, problem solving, calm, and has integrity. But if the solar plexus chakra is overactive, then the person becomes judgmental, stubborn, critical, and a bully. If it is underactive, the person has low self-esteem, he is apathetic, he is procrastinating, and he is taken advantage of, and he also doesn't know what to do. So each and every chakra has a certain set of functions, a certain set of activities that they perform. And each and every chakra is responsible for certain diseases also, for certain emotions also. And you will not find it amusing that suppose your Muladhara chakra or root chakra is responsible for the emotion of fear in your body. So whenever you have a lot of fear, whenever you are scared, your lower part of your body will feel tense. Whenever you are sad, then your heart chakra contains that emotion of love and sadness. So it's your heart that feels heavy. Whenever you want to speak, you want to shout, then your jaws clench because your jaws have that energy that want to speak it out. So this is the basic structure of the human body according to which everything works. And if we understand this, if we follow this, then slowly and slowly we can improve our health based on these factors. We can look at the emotional blockages also, the emotional problems related to the chakra also. We can analyze our own problems and see what chakra that problem is originating from and look at ways online to fix that chakra. It's easier said than done, but it's not impossible as well. So there's another chart I want to show you. This is the emotional frequency scale. So let's say a person has a default frequency of courage. A person is a courageous person. So this is his default frequency. So a person is not always in his default frequency. When he's happy, his frequency will increase from the frequency of courage of 200. He may be at rise his frequency for that period to the frequency of acceptance or even to the frequency of love. But that same person, when he's under pressure, his frequency reduces and he may be in a frequency of fear, or he may be even in a frequency of guilt or shame. So it's most important for us to maintain the highest possible default frequency so that in times of happiness, our frequency raises higher, and in times of despair, our frequency doesn't fall low enough. So once we learn this trick of maintaining good frequency, good emotions, then health can be improved. So, wait, this is another good representation. These are all the 7 chakras. So the first chakra, to balance it, we have to fear less and we need to love more. For the root chakra, for the sacral chakra, we need to complain less, we need to appreciate more. For the third chakra, the solar plexus, we need to watch less and we need to do more. To clear blockages from our heart chakra, we need to judge less, we need to accept more. To create blockages from our throat chakra, we need to talk less, we need to listen more. To create blockages from our third eye chakra, we need to frown less and we need to smile more. And to remove blockages from our crown chakra, we need to think less and we need to feel more. This is just a very basic representation because it's not possible to give more details than this in 15 minutes. So the greatest technology hidden, just a set of memes because too much of data will get boring. The greatest technology hidden from you is your own consciousness. If you learn to explore your own consciousness, then nothing is impossible. The future of medicine is frequency. Do you know that our soul is composed of harmony? You can look at disease as a form of disharmony, and there is no organ system in the body that's not affected by sound, music, or vibration. That is frequency that affects our overall electrochemical structure. Our body is a spaceship. Our heart is an electromagnetic field generator. Our pineal gland is the steering wheel. Our unconditional love is the key to entering higher dimensions. If we raise our vibes, and we can cruise. Our body is like a vehicle. This is a nice one. The brain has been referred to as the engine control unit. The lungs have been referred to as the air filters. The nose as the air intake. The blood lines as a fuel injection lines. And your stomach, liver, they're all the catalytic converter, the fuel tank. Your excretory system is the exhaust system. So it is just explaining, like an engine need to be healthy. One of the most important parts is the ECU and the air filters. So to keep our body healthy, we need to work first the ECU and then the air filters and the engine. Engine is the heart, air filters are the lungs, and ECU is the brain. Health does not come from medicine always. It comes from peace of mind, peace in the heart, and peace in the soul. It comes from laughter and love. So if we want good health, then we have to practice these things as well. Be kind to everything that lives. Good health is not possible without gratitude. A person who has gratitude for everyone and everything will become healthy in the long run. So now let's see, what are the things that keeps our vibration low? Fear of survival, shame about your past or holding on to it, limiting beliefs like scarcity, powerlessness, or victimhood, criticism and judgment of self, of others, not trusting yourself or the universe, focusing on what we don't want, are scared of happening, consciously or subconsciously imagine negative outcomes, sedentary lifestyle, not enough physical movement. So we can read these and understand that just the opposite of this will raise a vibration, right? These are the things that are lowering your vibration. So you can just practice the opposite of it and your vibration will increase. So now let's look at general ways to become healthy. Smiling cures. Hold a smile for 30 seconds even if you're not happy. Tricks the brain out of depression and boosts the immune system to cure the body of disease. It's called psychoneuroimmunology. So just hold a smile even if you're not happy for 30 seconds and it will improve your health. Just 20 minutes of sun exposure per day triggers your body to release over 200 antimicrobials that fight fungi, parasites, and viruses. Now about sun exposure, there have been a lot of researchers as well. There's this Indian guy called HRM Hira Ratan Manek. So he survived for 100 days under the observation of NASA without food, water, or any other thing to eat. Just consuming sunlight. He says that he eats sunlight. So for 100 days, he did not drink, he did not eat. He just exposed himself to sun and he was absolutely healthy after 100 days. He did not lose weight. He did not become weak in any way. So sunlight is something that can give life if we can use it the right way. Another very important thing to improve our energy are grounding techniques. Grounding techniques are basically like the electromagnetic structure that we have. The negative energy is a lot of times in the form of negative electrons that we have acquired in our physical structure. So these grounding techniques can remove those negative electrons from your body and make your body positively charged, or whatever you call it, balanced. So most popular grounding techniques include taking a hot shower, taking a sea salt bath, walking barefoot on the grass, hold a crystal, drink some water, nature walk, hold an ice cube, splash face with water, essential oils, lay backside on the ground, run water over hands, yoga poses, physical exercise, spending times with pets, etc. So another very important thing that we can use to improve our health is breathing. Breathing is the mechanism by which our body continuously removes negative toxic waste from via the lungs. We know we breathe out carbon dioxide, right? So breathing, it's not just about eliminating carbon dioxide from our body. Breathing is an energetic process which brings in positive energy, positive prana into the body and removes negative energy from the body. So if we learn proper conscious breathing, then it can improve our consciousness and health by leaps and bounds. Just breathing itself is powerful enough to keep you healthy and fit if you know the right way to breathe and if you can do it regularly. So another thing that people explore is meditation. Obviously, meditation is healthy and helpful, but I would like to elaborate on meditation. Meditation is not just sitting with your eyes closed. It's not just the absence of thoughts. Meditation is being in the moment. Meditation is enjoying everything that you do, doing it with full heart. Maybe watching a beautiful sunset or stargazing or dancing, listening to music, any creative project, it can all be meditation if we are doing it with full flow and with full of a heart. So the various ways of maintaining a healthy body, healthy foods, clean water, detoxing, sunshine, grounding, addressing trauma, etc. So it's all the same. You'll see the same things are getting repeated again and again. It's nothing new. It's all the same, just that. So when it all works, so the best doctors, again, nature is the best doctor, rest, eating healthy is a doctor, meditation is a doctor, fasting, sunshine, stretching, water. These are the best doctors that will not charge you and that will not make you eat medicines to become healthy. But these will always work. Medicines can suppress your illness, but medicines cannot remove the cause of the disease. These are the doctors that can remove the cause of the disease. And in the end, the only thing that matters is how much you love. If you have a lot of love, then you will always do the right things and you will attract good health. But if you don't have love for everyone, then automatically things will fall out of place. So now the important question. What is the guarantee that it will work? All the approaches, all the knowledge, what is the guarantee? I'm sorry, there is no guarantee. It cannot work for everyone. Why? Even if we follow everything to improve your energy, problem may still be there. We need to be patient. We need to trust our practice that it will eventually benefit us, because a lot of times we are working with a practice and we get discouraged that it's not working for us. And sometimes even worse, negative things start happening to us and we get discouraged to continue that practice. So the most important thing is to trust our practice and to have patience and to believe in it. We need to trust our own ability that we have a superpower to become healthy and we can activate it using these methods. But it can still not work. Why? So coming to the most important and final slide of my presentation, it can still not work. After all this, after working on physical, emotional, and mental aspects, spiritual aspects, health, care, the holistic health can still not work for you. Why? So the most important factor to holistic health, karma. What is karma? Each and every action that we perform, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, creates a certain energy in our subconscious mind. That energy can be positive energy, that energy can be negative energy. If we have done something positive, then that positive energy is a positive karma that is going to improve our life. If we have done something negative, then that negative energy is a negative karma which is going to eventually harm us. So karma is the currency of the universe. Good karma is an asset, bad karma is a liability. So bad karma is a punishment for our bad deeds, and we pay for bad karma with various forms of diseases. So bad karma is a very big factor that we are sick, that we are unhealthy. And no matter what holistic practice, what approach we use, until and unless we can take care of our karma, the results will not be fully to our satisfaction. The results will always be partial. So for full effectiveness of any spiritual practice, we need to work on our karma. Once we start improving our karma, then we'll realize that the frequency of negative events increase. Why? Because we are working on our karma, right? It should decrease. But that is law of universe. When you start working on your evolution, then the universe conspires to remove all the negative aspects from your soul as fast as possible. And that purification phase is where you reap the seeds of all your negative karma. You are doing your own purification, but the results are negative because your previous bad karma is getting erased. If you have the patience to let that previous karma get totally erased and you keep creating fresh good karma, then eventually you will become free of those diseases or those attachments or blockages, and eventually you can live a healthy and happy life. Okay, so that's all I want to present. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, you're most welcome to ask.
Thank you so much, Rahul. Can I ask you to stop sharing your screen so that we can get you? That would be amazing. And I think that Arijit has a few questions for you. And after that, we will go on to the speakers that are patiently waiting. So I thank the speakers that are still in the room patiently waiting.
Yeah, so we will go with Daria now, and then probably our friend from Tanzania, and then we will take the questions. We have a couple of comments from social media, but because Daria needs to leave, we will give this
No
speech.
problem.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So yeah, so patiently wait with us if you can, that would be amazing. And over to you, Daria. I will give you 50 minutes because I know that you have to leave too. Thank you.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. Good to be here. Thank you for having me here and inviting to join. I will share my screen. I have a 15 minutes presentation on the key learnings on the immersive communication. And from my background, I'm a founder and CEO of VAR Studio. What we do is virtual and augmented reality solutions. We do the consultancy, we do the development. So I will be sharing my perspective on the immersive communication, specifically from the angle of augmented, virtual, and mixed reality technologies. And it will be kind of a very high level perspective. What we do is just about our expertise in here. We do augmented reality development, virtual reality development, rapid prototype and data analytics, AR, VR ideation, and also XR strategy development. That's just for our participants to understand my type of expertise and what is the background of the speaker. So when it comes to the immersion in general, like in this XR industry, we usually talk about augmented, virtual, and mixed realities. In each of these sections, we have different types of this technology. So when we talk about augmented reality, it might be marker-based. For example, when you have some picture, you scan it, and then something appears on top of it. For example, it might be a packaging of the product. You scan it with your application or with WebAR, and then some pop-ups, some 3D model or character or something. Then we have a surface-based augmented reality. That means that when you scan your floor or table, any surface, and then some content appears on top of that surface. We have face body recognition and some specific parts of body, for example, feet recognition or palm recognition or head tracking and recognition in real time as well. So augmented reality with the face and body recognition, the good example is the filters in Instagram and Snapchat and TikTok. This is augmented reality. This is way of immersion. We can also have the object recognition, some specific object in your environment or in a very specific place. And we can have also location-based experiences when augmented reality appears in some specific location in this world, like on the street, on the square, next to some building, and so on and so forth. When we talk about virtual reality, the immersion goes through full simulations. For example, you simulate some process, some operation. Usually companies use it for training and education of their employees, and they fully simulate the work process in virtual reality. It can be also just a 360 photos or videos. It's an easy way to immerse person into some story with the very easy customizable content. It can also be some visualizations. For example, real estate companies, they use virtual reality to visualize the object and just to showcase it to the target audience. And it can also be interactable. That means that end customer can interact with the environment or with some of the virtual objects, can play in some game, and so on. And mixed reality has the same features in here. Actually, the difference between virtual and mixed reality is that virtual reality is fully cut off from the real world. You cannot see the real environment around you. You are fully immersed into the virtual environments. And with the mixed reality, you have these glasses, but you can still see the real world around you. And on top of that, you can see some holograms or digital content. So these are the three main realities in digital dimension. And this is how you can immerse and interact with your end customers. We will talk about communication through this immersion as well. So then if you go to the development process, I just wanted to highlight on which stages do we go through this specific immersive communication, and how do we plan it, and how do we integrate it into the application as well. So the first, the green part is business analysis, challenge detection, and ideation. At this stage, it is very important to understand who is your target audience, who are these people? Where are they? What type of content do they like? How do they interact with social media and so on and so forth? It depends on your business and on your idea that you have. And already at this stage, you can have the understanding of, okay, we're going to have a multiplayer, so a group of users can interact with the same content or can experience the same story all together. Or something like that, or they will play some game, or they will share some experience in the real time. Then on the pink stage, you go through research and development through some high-level developments like MVP or a demo application. At that stage, you can already develop something. You can push it to the market or to the focus group, and you can check it out. You can see the feedback. You can see how it works. And then the development and test and delivery, usually you polish this idea, you polish the experience, and you can already make it more perfect. I mean, in the delivery stage, because you've already tested the communication logics and mechanics in your application on the stage of the research and development. So this is from the part of the from the development process, just how it goes. And it is very important to understand, like, okay, if we have this immersive communication in AR or VR applications, it should be reflected in the logic of your application, in the user experience and user story, in the types of content, and also in the features and mechanics that are integrated into this application. Okay, then when we talk about the immersive communication, like how it works specifically, I divided it in two groups. The first group is XR app, and the second one is real life. How it happens in XR app. The first group is specifically from the user experience in AR or virtual reality. You can have voice interactions and chat, for example, so user can speak to each other and they can interact with the voice. They can talk to the virtual environment with their voice, they can give some commands, or they can have chat between different users and they can communicate, even not seeing each other, but they still can communicate in there. They can have multiplayers. That means that a group of people, more than one person, two and more, they can play the same experience. They can go through the same user story, or they can play some game together. Then they can have avatars. This is also one of the examples of the immersive communication. When the person has an avatar in virtual reality, then this is the way they can reflect their identity in virtual environment. And this is the way they can interact with other users, showcasing their identity and communicating with other players through their avatars, improving their skins, adding some accessories or costumes, and so on and so forth. Then we can have games, different types of gamifications. They help to immerse users into the story that you're telling in your application and push them to communicate with each other, because in game we're quite engaged and we believe in what's happening, and people love games. Then we have body motion. As in real life, your body is also one of the instruments that you communicate with with this world, with other people. You have gestures, you have movements, and that is also used in augmented and virtual reality, specifically in virtual reality, because you can track some of the body movements of your hands and head and upper part of the body. Legs are still not there, but we're gonna have them soon. I believe so. And this is also like reflecting the body motion in virtual reality, also the way of communicating with the virtual world or other users. We can also have sounds and visual effects and haptic response. Sounds and visual effects are quite like understandable here. You can communicate with the virtual environment through the different sounds, musics that are anchored to some specific events. But the haptic response, this is something interesting because this is a big trend now of having the haptic gloves, for example, or a haptic costume that will give you a response from the virtual environment to your body. And this is the way how you can communicate with the virtual environments and other users. through this haptic response. This is a big thing right now, and a lot of startups are appearing in this industry and working on these technologies to evolve. And in real life, what is happening on the other side when you are in AR and VR? You can be placed in a specific location or environment. For example, virtual reality application is accessible only in some place, like some brand's office or showroom or something. So you have to come to a specific environment or location to use it. Then you can also interact with the product's packaging a lot, especially when it comes to augmented reality. A lot of brands that are using AR on top of their packagings. So in this case, you will have the product in your hands, or it will be in front of you. So you will be interacting with it. You can also be in store or at home. Usually the experience goes into different scenarios. That also influences the immersive communication that you're going to have in XR applications. And again, you can have multiplayers with other people, but in real life. The example is Pokemon Go, when people met out on the streets only thanks to that application. And so this is another angle, because at the same time, you can meet with people in virtual reality, but these immersive technologies, they can help you meet other people somewhere in real life on the streets. So this is how it works, like generally. And I have some key takeaways in here. The first one, you have to understand the problem and solution as always. When you develop the AR application and you want to have this immersive communication in there, you have properly analyzed your target audience and understand who are your users, how they're going to use your application, what are the specific nuances about them. You also have to understand the environment of your users and where will they experience your application. Then the user experience is akin. That means that every time you plan your augmented or virtual reality application, you have to go through the user experience and user story first. And this is very important. All the rest will be influenced by this user story. Then my suggestion is start with the pilot version or MVP or demo app. I will try to touch this point in the beginning, but that will give you a place to test the waters and to collect the feedback and see how it goes. Again, collect the feedback and validate ideas. You can start with one idea, but in the end, it can like evolve to something different. And it usually happening when you have a lot of communication in your AR, VR applications like multiplayers or chats or voice interactions. Then, especially if you have this type of experiences, collect the data and analyze it, how people interact with each other in your virtual reality app or in augmented reality, how long do they do that, and a lot of different metrics. You can collect and analyze enormous amount of data. And have a strategy for your application and for the immersive communication you want to launch on the market. This is a very generic suggestion, but still it works because a lot of brands and a lot of companies that are publishing their applications on the market without having a strategy. They're just thinking that AR and VR will work by itself, but it doesn't. You have to have a strategy. You have to integrate your AR, VR application into your marketing strategy or communication strategy, any other strategy that is relevant. You have to integrate it properly and communicate to your end customers, to your coworkers, partners, and so on and so forth. So this is it at this moment. And if you're interested in some more details, please feel free to join me on LinkedIn and ask any questions you have. I'm happy to have a fruitful communication. I guess that's it. Thanks.
Daria, thank you so much. Do we have any questions? Are we doing questions at the end, Arijit, for everyone?
Yeah, we will be taking the question at the end because we have a couple of speakers who are in the pipeline. The only request to the speakers who actually came, thank you, Daria, for a beautiful presentation, is like we have been asking all the speakers to join at least 30 minutes early so that we can manage the time properly. Otherwise, what happens when you try to join the specific time of yours, we are not sure whether you're joining or not. So we have to give that slot to someone else. And there is a gap that usually happens, being very honest with that. Well, we have two different amazing speakers after this, and Daria, I know her in person from social media, and she has been a very good friend. She's from Ukraine, traveling in Europe at the moment and doing her best to run her company. So wish her all the good things and good vibes and vibrations. We'll be more than happy to take things forward with you, Daria, in near future, if we can communicate later on very soon. So we have two speakers, I guess. So one is a speaker from Finland, and then we have another speaker from Tanzania. So I think Kusilika is saying that he has got some issues with his PDF. So
Okay.
if it is that case, then we can take it. Okay, so you don't have any issues, yeah? But can I request you with your good faith? We always give women a chance before men. So if you can kindly wait for me, wait for the next speaker, Nina from Finland, and then you go after Nina. Can I request you, Kusilika, for that? Just unmute yourself and say your words. It will be great.
Hello, Mr. Ajit. As much as I love to to help out, I'm in an exhibition this morning at an embassy, so we're supposed to attend to clients. I've been waiting for this chance this afternoon. So if I can
So it's
present right now.
up to you and Nina. You guys can maybe.
Nina, can you? Okay, it's
Yes,
ladies
go
first.
ahead. Yes,
Yeah.
I have until half past. So yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that, because you've been waiting patiently, I know, so thank you. Okay, I'm going to give you like 50 minutes of yours then, Kusilika.
Kusilika, I will request you to do a superpower, like make the presentation maybe real fast. But I promise you what I'm going to do. We have leaders meet up every month. So next month in January, you will be our keynote speaker for 30 minutes time slot. So
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
all yours.
So hello everybody. I am Kusiluka from Tanzania, Africa, and I'm really excited to be given this opportunity to come and talk about what I want to talk today. So I'm going to talk about startup challenges and opportunities in Africa now. So outside the narrative out there, we all know that Africa is considered as one of the developing nation, and for a long time now having also various problems in politics, in health, in education, and all the sectors. So I would like to say, yes, Africa has a lot of problems, and I would like to spin the angle tonight by talking about them as opportunities in Africa right now. So Africa is a continent of over 1.4 billion people right now, and it has the highest percentage of youth in the world. More than, I think, 60% is age of 18 to 35. So we have the youngest people in the world, but we are full of problems. We have problems everywhere: education, transport, and everything. And it can be contributed to various factors, but today and tonight I'm going to talk about opportunities available for startups in Africa now. So there's been a lot of activity recently in the African market, in the startup ecosystem. So in 2020 to 2021 alone, there's a shoot of from 1.5 billion investment dollars in Africa to up to 4 billion investment dollars in 1 year. So Africa is the next gold rush in terms of opportunities, startups, and markets, because we have the untapped health sector, we have untapped education sector. More than 90% of African people are unbanked, but we also have our own solutions with that. We have mobile money, which most people in the world still do not haven't adapted to it, but it will work really magic in our own setting. We have our own ways of transportation and communication that have worked really well for all our ecosystem. So there's a lot of challenges around Africans, and the opportunity to start something right now is because we number one is African people are now conscious of the technology, conscious of their own problems, conscious of looking for ways to solve their problems. And it's a really good time that also the smartphone penetration in Africa is 19% year-on-year growth. That was a 2020 data. So coupled with all of this, I welcome for external people to invest in startups that are in Africa, because one thing that most investors come and fall into the big pool is that you come with a Western way of solving problems in Africa, which are two different things. There's a lot of startups that have had a lot of funding but have closed. It's because they have just tried to replicate the Western model in an African setting. So in Africa, 90% don't use banks, but more than 60% are using mobile money. So when you come with a banking solution right now in Africa, it's really hard to go by rather than to come with a mobile solution. So it's easy for Africans to solve their own problems and also people to invest in those African startups to actually reach a huge untapped market. And that is the opportunity that I wanted to talk about in Africa right now. So I do not have time as I was given a very few minutes, but I just wanted to touch on activities that have happened in the ecosystem, including South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya. There have a lot of exits that have happened in South Africa alone. More than 35 startups have been acquired and exited recently, and also in the Nigeria and Missouri ecosystem, there's a lot of activity that's happened in the past 12 months. So for people who are in Africa or for people who are looking to start something, number one thing is to imagine. Imagine whatever you want to do can be done. Number two thing you need is faith. To believe in yourself, to believe in your own story, to believe in your own success, to believe in other people's stories, because faith comes from what we hear. Number three is taking action to actually solve a problem. So this, I put this last, but I am Kusi Luka from a startup called Smart Darasa, and we help students understand the reality and practicality of things they learn in STEM using 2D, 3D, and augmented reality technology. Thanks to the previous speaker, she has helped me to explain what augmented reality is, but we use that in education. Because in Africa, more than 70% of schools have no laboratories or have under-equipped laboratories. Now, we deploy these technologies in an easy and cheap way that even smartphones for under $20 can be able to do 3D actions and also augmented reality actions in real time. So this is one of the solutions that we came to go around the problems that we've seen in Africa to make STEM easy, fun, accessible, and affordable in a more practical way. So I am thankful for this opportunity. I just try to maximize this as I can, so I can leave room for the next speaker and also to continue with what I have. And I really welcome you guys to invest in Africa, to also take part in growing this African ecosystem. My name is Kusi Luka from Smart Darasa. Thank you for this opportunity.
Pleasure, Kusalika. We have interesting question for you. If you can stay back with us, with muted, I can take the question after Nina is done from Finland. You can probably mute yourself, stay back with us, because it's really an interesting question that we got from social media. I'll request you to.
All right.
Yeah. Over to you, Nina.
Thank you so much. I'm going to send it straight over the mic, straight over to you, Nina. Another Nina. That's a good name to have. And I'll leave you for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen? I will just put it on presenter mode. Can you see now it on presenter mode? Yes, okay, good. Thank you. So thank you very much for allowing me to be here. Really happy to speak with you about empathy in business today. So my name is Niina Majaniemi, and I am, like mentioned, from Finland. I work as a senior customer success account manager at Microsoft and also lead the accessibility themed V team at Microsoft Finland. And then I am an author and speaker about empathy in business. So that's kind of my expertise area. So that's a bit about me. And it was, by the way, nice to see some warm weather there because in Finland we have snow at the moment. So nice to see that, Kusi Luka. Okay, so let's start with what is empathy. So kind of just putting the definition out there. Empathy means the capacity of comprehending what another person is experiencing from the other person's frame of reference. And it also means that one can place oneself in another's position. It's not a feeling, it's a set of skills that helps us to interact with others. And psychologists Daniel Goleman and Paul Ekman divide empathy into 3 categories. So there's cognitive empathy, and there's emotional affective empathy, and there's compassionate empathy. And cognitive empathy means that you can be a good negotiator. So you kind of know what the others are meaning with their words and how they are communicating, and that can make you good, for example, in business negotiations. Then there's the emotional affective empathy, where you understand what other people feel. And then there's the compassionate empathy, which means that you kind of put this empathy in action. So you use all these skills, and you use the fact that you know what other people are saying and what they mean, and you know what other people are feeling, and then you use that to help others. So those are kind of the definitions that I wanted to share here. Then about busting the myths on empathy. So I like to bust myths on empathy because there are a lot of misconceptions about empathy. And one myth is that empathy is just about being nice, and that's actually not true. So empathy is really a business tool which can be measured and which brings many benefits to business, such as more profit, increased customer and employee satisfaction, more innovation, and stronger brand. Actually, when we think about empathy being just about being nice, we can also think about the kind of a curious fact that according to research, psychopaths also have empathy skills, but they have more of the cognitive empathy side. So that kind of kills the idea of empathy being just about being nice. Then another one is that empathy is weakness. So that is also not true, because using empathy takes a lot more courage, determination, self-confidence, and strategic thinking than it does to ignore it. And one example of this is one of, from my career, I spoke to this one CEO, and I told her that she should make an employee satisfaction survey because her team wasn't acting so happy. And she told me that why would she make this presentation, this query, because she didn't want to hear her employees talking bad about her. So I think that was kind of a good example of how empathy actually takes courage, and it's more of a weakness if you don't want to do it because you kind of want to hide, but we all understand that it's not a good way to go forward. Then just a few words about Microsoft and empathy. So because I work there, I just wanted to mention where I get this kind of impact on the empathy side. So our CEO, Satya Nadella, has said that becoming a father of a son with special needs was the turning point in his life that has shaped who he is today. And it has helped him better understand the journey of people with disabilities. And it has also shaped his personal passion for and philosophy of connecting new ideas to empathy for others. And he actually, in his book, Hit Refresh, he told this kind of an interesting story that he went to a first job interview at Microsoft, and the interviewer asked him that, hey, if you see a baby on the street crying, what do you do first? And he said that I would call 911. And then the interviewer had said that if you see a baby on the street crying, then you go and pick up the baby into your arms and comfort the baby. So you need a bit more empathy. And that kind of stuck to his mind, and ever since he has been a very empathic leader. So let's go forward to empathy in business and why it is needed. So here are a couple of snapshots from important operators like Forbes, Google, Bloomberg. So Managing Director of Bloomberg New Economy, Justin Finnegan, has said that empathy is critical for every decision or conversation. Forbes has declared empathy as the word for 2021, and of course still it is. And then Google, for example, has said that empathy is the skill of the future. Here is Belinda Parmar, Officer of the Order of the British Embassy. She has said that empathy must no longer be perceived as a soft feminine skill, but rather as a commercial tool that can be learned and deployed in all aspects of business. And leaders should not forget that behind the numbers and spreadsheets and surnames are people, just like you and me. Here are a couple of examples of empathic leaders. So there's Jacinda Ardern, who is the Prime Minister of New Zealand, and she has said that one of the criticisms I've faced over the years is that she's not aggressive enough.
Nina, sorry to interrupt. Your presentation is not probably moving. Like we are.
Okay. I will stop sharing and I will just try again. Let's see if it works. Just a moment. It says screen sharing has failed. Let's try. Don't know now what is happening in the middle of the, let's try again. Can you see it now? Okay, great. And now if I still get it on the presenter mode, that would be perfect. Okay, can you see it in presenter mode? Good. Okay, so let's continue with this. So Jacinda Ardern, Prime Minister of New Zealand, she has said, and you see this slide for Jacinda, right? The picture of Jacinda. Good. She has actually written a book called Leading with Empathy, so she has spoken a lot about this empathic leadership. Also, there is Roger Ferguson, who is working at Teachers Insurance and Annuity Association of America, and he was actually leading the Federal Reserve during the September 11th. So he has had a lot of kind of difficult situations in his work, and he has said that empathy has been most helpful in his career as a leader, and empathy during difficult or uncertain times, having that trait, regardless of the industry, will make you a better manager or executive. Then, because nothing in business works without revenue, I want to mention this. Forbes wrote this article about how in the USA, there's a 600 billion kind of impact that comes from employees not being committed to their work. So they are not engaged in their work and they are looking for new work constantly. So that could be fixed with empathy, according to Forbes. And I think the one issue with the fact that people don't realize how it impacts revenue is that the impact doesn't come immediately. So when you start applying empathy into your organization and leadership, you will start seeing the results over time. And also there are not these ready-made empathy KPIs, so that might be one issue. So you have to tailor the KPIs for your company. For example, we can think about a company that has customer service teams. So maybe you can provide empathy training to one team and not to the other team, and then you can see or measure the impact that that has. Does the team with the empathy training have, for example, higher customer satisfaction with their customers or things like that? So you kind of have to tailor this KPI for your own company and own leadership, and then you can start seeing the results that empathy brings for business. Here's an interesting research from Catalyst that says that if a manager has high empathy, then the people are they have more ability to innovate. So for example, this higher bar there, ability to innovate, when manager has high empathy, then 47% of employees say that they are often or always innovative at work. And same goes to work engagement. So if a manager is empathic, then people say that they are more engaged to their work. So I think these also show the power of empathy and how it really can impact many areas of the business. Then looking at the post-COVID era, here is the research from Women's Agenda. It has studied about what leadership traits have been particularly effective during COVID-19, and empathy is one of them. Of course, there are others as well, and I have listed them all here so that you can see the combination, which are the factors that help us better through crises. Here's a provocative question. Would you tell every 7th customer or colleague that you don't care about their needs? So this goes down to the fact that accessibility and empathy go hand in hand. And over 1 billion people in the world needs accessible services. And if we don't realize that as leaders, as companies, organizations, then we miss out on customers, we miss out on having more employee satisfaction, we miss out on many things. So we need to have empathy for the whole audience and understand that so many people might have issues, for example, with presentations that we share, or the products that we make are maybe not the best for them. So that's why I wanted to add this reminder there to remind you of the combination of empathy and accessibility. Here is a picture describing about how if we don't have empathy in product development, how it will impact users. So product development might think that this is a great product, everything's working perfectly, and then the users might have a different perspective altogether, not exactly what we were thinking about. Empathy is a competitive advantage at work. There was Microsoft just came second in this IT professionals most desirable employers competition, as well as world's best employers competition. And the qualities that were highlighted as factors in this success were benefits and flexible work. And those are both considered as features of an empathic employer. There was also Lockheed Martin in that list. And their Chief Human Resource Officer, Greg Carroll, has said that pandemic has spurred increased empathy from leadership. And they started offering employees free tutoring, daycare, and mental health services. So all of these considered to be factors of empathic employer. And indeed, according to Business Over, 94% of employees feel that if an employer offers flexible work, then they are empathic. But still only 38% of organizations offer this possibility. So there's a lot of room to improve. One reminder of how empathy should be included all the way from beginning of the design process. There was this funny example from a Finnish insurance company that a family were waiting for a baby, and they had bought a child insurance. And when their child was born, they announced it to the chatbot of the insurance company. And what was the response? Sorry to hear you had an accident. So this is kind of a funny example of how if we don't think about the users, then we might miss out on a lot of things, and we might miss out on what is the user needing. This is a funny example, but there are also sad examples. For example, I read about a hospital in UK that has set up a video conferencing system, and then they used that to tell one patient that they had only a few months to live, which means that they did it all wrong because they went technology first, not value first. They didn't have empathy. They didn't realize how to use this new technology and put the human first. So in these kind of scenarios, it's really critical to have empathy if we want to lead in a right way. I guess to finish off, or not, this is the second last slide. I want to remind that you can learn empathy, because some people might think that they can't learn, they are not empathic, they might think, but you can learn it. And then with empathy, we don't have to choose between humanity and profit. We can have both. So that's an important reminder. Also, I didn't have, because I have short amount of time, 15 minutes, so I didn't have a lot about, or anything about how to use empathy at work. If you want to know, you can reach out to me and we can talk about it. But just a reminder that because you are here, you are already learning and you are already more empathic because you want to know about this topic, and that's the first step forward. And I want to thank you very much for being here and listening about this topic and allowing me to share more info to you. So that's my cue to end. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Nina. Could I ask you to stop sharing your screen so we can see your face? Amazing.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you. And empathy is a huge, it's a very important factor. It's a skill, actually, having empathetic skills and having emotional intelligence to understand other people so that you can best serve them. So it's an extremely important topic. If anybody out there wants to know more, please take Nina's name down, follow her on LinkedIn and anything that other social media portals that she might have. We are going to move on to Fred because he's patiently waiting. He's been in and out of the room as well. Are you there, Fred? Are you ready to give us your 15 minutes?
Sure.
Fred, you are probably logging from 2 different systems. You can log from one and have the active one. Fred has been quietly waiting for all of us, to be very honest, and He has been a kind of, I would say, a darling who is patiently waiting, and a brilliant man of word. He came earlier, he was waiting, he was listening to the other speakers, then also he came back, and now probably he is moving. But that's the best part of entrepreneurship. When you committed, you are keeping your promise. So Frederick, the stage is yours. Even though
Thank
I
you.
have got a question for Nina, but we will send it to her maybe with email. I'm not sure if Nina can stay back. If you can stay back, then we'll ask the question and the last. If not, we'll send you the email. But at the moment, we will take Frederick and his speech. Frederick, rock on, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll say here back in Africa, when it's the evening, people look at back in the villages for their cows to go to rest. But those who are at a workplace, it's a rush hour. But what do the banks and the business systems look at? They look at another day that they'll start their pitch to make more money. What do I mean by saying so? As business people, we need not to sleep. We don't need to take our cows back to the yard. We need to be on the focus into new opportunities, and I'm glad meeting everyone here. So welcome. I'm Fred Moretti from Kenya, Nairobi, Kenya, working with various governments across Africa, trying to help them restructure their debts. As you all know, Africa has had its own lion's share of having bad debts, which is coupled by also bad leadership in some senses, but in most cases, it's bad negotiations. Over the last 3 years, I've sat with at least 12 different governments at their highest offices in trying to restructure and define debt for Africa going forward. What do I mean? I mean, in Africa, debt has been a tool both to limit growth and a tool both to determine how to negotiate on what is on the ground. Where the challenge has been is all this has come at a price of poor negotiations, poor infrastructure, poor development strategies, and unachieved budgetary allocations, as much as there'll be good policies into it. So how have I been tackling this with governments? Africa accounts for just about, if you take a case of DRC Congo, over 70% of the world's minerals. And what we've done, we've been working in collateralizing the minerals to be used as a commodity that can be used as trade. We've been working on more of PPP and PIP, that is public-private partnerships, and private initiated partnerships. This has brought about different development where it's a win-win, and it has made also the private sector understand opportunities differently and also meet the development gaps differently. Over the past, a case example we're working on is a case example for Ethiopia. Ethiopia has not had an affordable housing working on for the last 2 decades. And what we look at is a deficit gap of housing of about 15 to 20 million units. If you look to use any borrowing and a structuring model, you will largely miss the gaps on funding. But how have we managed? Because one, they're rated badly by IMF, they're rated bad by World Bank, so they are considered a risk. But they have commodities that are not considered a risk. One of the key commodities is oil. They have in plenty. The second commodity is what they've raised their portfolio to, the agriculture. They're in plenty, they have wheat, they have gold, they have other resources that can be used as a concession to redevelop the same said infrastructural needs to mitigate the same. This has also happened to other developing countries in Africa. DRC Congo is on a deal with A&M currently working with them on a diamond concession to redo infrastructure. What am I saying? I'm saying if we look at Africa's emerging needs problems and any other developing country problems on the collateral side as a concession, we look at making strategic input towards emerging markets, where, for example, China is taking from Kenya, where I am, a lot of avocado. Now, it's made an avocado quite an expensive commodity locally, but it has made it also a cash crop that wasn't a cash crop. The farmer who could not afford to take their children to school because of lack of school fees, and the best skill they have is farming, they're using that and using that as a leverage to borrow against what they have in the table as a bill for landing, like they've been doing on tea, coffee, and other cash crops. So what am I saying? In technology, it's a time to merge technology and other development skills in the market from the AI and every other side, in using commodity as cash, to use as commodity as a revenue. Another example I'm working with a country, with a developer called Agility in doing, in South Africa, in doing electric vehicles. Apparently, the biggest raw materials for lithium and for the batteries are across Africa in different countries. But what's the funny side about it, none of the African countries produces batteries for electric vehicles. With such a resource, it's a leverage against their development agendas. I worked with a country like Zambia and Zimbabwe, and you find the original treaties that were allowing excavation and exploration of minerals would only allow the country nothing more than 10 to 15% of what was being collected. That was a huge deficit into that. So what have we been stepping up doing and stepping up with teams across the world doing? Finding places where we can have gold and bullion banks, where we can have concession of minerals being taken to the stocks, raised bonds, just like any other commodities. For those doing Bitcoin, it has worked in a success. It's a high time we looked at the commercial viability of minerals across the world, not just specifically in Africa and Kenya, where I am, but across the globe to monetize them for redevelopment. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. I'd welcome any questions.
Beautifully explained, to be very honest, and it shows that how much depth that you have. How may we help the entire ecosystem of yours? For an example, so I run a technology company. It's basically a deep tech technology company for last 24 years, if you don't know that. So I floated Virtual Infocom in 1998. It exists in a couple of countries at the moment with augmented reality, virtual reality, metaverse, blockchain, game development, creating superheroes, making definitely the NFTs and a couple of other technical integrations like artificial intelligence and machine learning. And we have an academy as well. We train people on latest generation technologies for last couple of years now. If we can be any of your help, we'll be more than happy. Number one. Number two, we run an incubation program called Entrepreneur Phase. So if you feel that anybody is looking for incubation supports, pitch decks, business plans, raising funds, we'll be more than happy to do that. We have our own accelerator called Co-Innovate Ventures. We have partners almost worldwide with corporate partnership model. We'll be more than happy to help segregate things. And you have Leader Summit as an ecosystem with over 97 plus countries, people who usually come, share their thoughts, and we are open for partnership. So how may we help your entire structure? Please feel free to let us know. We'll be more than happy to do that. If you have that in your mind, we can definitely go for specifically for your country specific hackathon programs, pitching sessions, probably going for knowledge sharing sessions, maybe educating the youth, if you feel that that is interesting. I'm not sure what are the things that you need more. So it's an open invitation to you if you need any kind of support. A quick question to you. I think two of you can help because two of you are actually from Africa. One is from Tanzania and you are the superstar who is making his presentation. And you look amazing at the moment with this light, to be very honest. Trust me on this. I used to do photography and Nina knows that I'm an artist. So trust me, light is like, you look absolutely beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So let me find that question. A lot of question actually came. So I will find that question for you. Then I'll go to Rahul because for Rahul also we have questions. Okay. So I guess
now
the question is, what is your suggestion? Ghana or Tanzania or Kenya or South Africa for innovation and technology, where we should enter? I think somebody wants to enter in Africa for doing business. So that's the comment that came. So maybe both of you can answer that. I'll go with Frederick first, then Kusiluka second.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, next year we have aligned an expo. The first thing that we've chosen is to align expo to bring all of you and everyone else in the blocks in development of who have all these skills and all these accesses of finance. We want to bring the investments down from Chatham House and all the other bigger places down to Africa, where they're real, where they really meet real investors for the real solution for most of these things. Secondly, raising of bonds. I'll work keenly in raising bonds onto most of these activities. Most of them need financing. For example, housing is such a huge issue to all African governments, affordable housing. Now, you'll either use minerals from oil, gold, and all that to raise bonds to redevelop the same. I'll be looking in making much onto that. There's also education, developing and much into education, developing education bond, bringing those skills, because much of the education systems that are here are not tech capacitated to be competitive in the global markets. I'll say that with reservations to a few countries and a few places. But what in essence I'm saying, when you look at an over 50% of a population, that's looking of around 700 million people in a place that's bigger than Europe. You're basically looking at an opportunity to develop in education, an opportunity to develop infrastructure, and an opportunity to also fund and help the youth get opportunities in training and women group. And finally on that, there is also a program that we are working with a team in Norway of having affordable housing that have hydrogen as a fuel, where it's self-sufficient processes in the home, in the villages where the network grid. Power is such a huge thing. Africa accounts for the global power for 40% of penetration in comparison to the rest of the world. So it means you have a gap of just above over 50% of power as a need. So all these are opportunities. Where do I stand for? I'll have the networks and the opportunities to penetrate anyone or any company that you're willing to work with and to work with me, and also to put these out. I'm much more willing to work with you on the same. Thank you.
Kusiluka, if you want to answer this, if you're there. Do you guys know each other? That's a quick question.
No.
I guess he's muted. He is attending some event. So this is really like late. Yeah. But what I'm proposing for all the people who are coming from the continent, Frederick, let me tell you something. We actually had an amazing brother of ours from Ghana. His name is Farooq. Farooq is our ambassador for Ghana chapter. And we did an amazing, you can say, event in Ghana in October, powered by World Leader Summit. We do a lot of offline program, which is impacting human life, not as an event. Rather, we go very specific. For an example, buyer-seller meetup, business matchmaking, Okay, so we'll be continuing our support. Please, this is not the end. The World Leader Summit speaking is not the end. It's just the beginning. Please feel free to get in touch with us. I can see how exhausted you are at the moment because you are probably, sweating. I will not keep you. Is it okay? Are you fine? You're doing fine. Super. So let's wait for this summit over. Like 7th, we will be having the roundtables for investors, which is not open for public or speakers. After that, you have my number, you have our common email ID, but I will give you my personal email ID as well. We will keep in touch. We will do a couple of good things, and we wish to do a couple of good things. For your information, the host that you're watching, she is Nina. She is our ambassador from UK, one of the active ambassadors in the chapter over there. So the best part is we can grow together very fast and very quick if we communicate with each other. So I'll try, and we will try rather, I would say, we will try to create Africa-centric specific special meetup first. Understand what all can be done from various different countries, and we'll float up programs over there. We'll bring business delegations if required. That's not a big problem. And you are right about all those kind of debt that you have shared. I am from the investment world, and there's like over 1.5 decades I'm spending my life here. Run a angel syndicate, floated accelerators, helped a couple of angel bodies to start their own angel syndicate. Being a GP in a VC fund in long back in Asia. But this is not my forum to speak. This is forum for all others to speak and share. But the reason I'm sharing is like, really we want to help. And the reason we are helping, there is no other intention. The intention is pretty simple. If I'm doing 5, and if you're bringing probably 10, it actually becomes 105. It's not 15. So let's make that happen. So going back to the questions, I think I have got an interesting question for Rahul. This will be the last question, Rahul, if you are there, because a lot of interesting question actually came in social media. We skipped that because of time. I'm really sorry about that on behalf of all the World Leader Summit organizers. Frederick, thank you for beautiful speech. Well, please stay with us. Please don't go. You will find this question amazing. Okay. Someone is saying that your presentation is nice. But then the question is, I'm really sorry, this is live feed. I need to go down with the live feed. Yes. What is love from your opinion, Rahul? Someone is asking, what is love from your opinion? The next question before I forget that, because it's like live feed, you need to scroll a lot. How do someone can open their first chakra? 2 questions for you.
All right. So love, from my perspective, love is something that we have for ourselves first. Something like it's a sense of well-being that we want for ourselves. Okay, so once we learn to honor our own wishes or own desires, then we realize how fulfilling it is, and then we will want to do it for others. So until and unless we fulfill our own wishes, we fulfill our own desires, we will not understand what love is. So to understand love, first we need to start loving ourselves. Then we can try loving others and see if we get the same satisfaction or not. So that is love for me.
Chakra.
Chakra, first chakra, the topmost or the bottommost? The first chakra, the bottommost is the first chakra if we go by spiritual sense. So first chakra, the root chakra is, so open is a very, wrong way to put it. It's either the chakra has blockages and it is overactivated or underactivated. So we need to find the right balance. So again, finding the right balance, there are 20 to 30 different approaches. We can use either. And the lowest chakra, the most effective ways is to move your energy, move your physical energy. Okay, so the more you work out, the more you probably jog walk, the more you ground yourself, the more you ground to nature, the more you open your first chakra.
Absolutely brilliant answer. So I guess we can take this forward for the whole night, but for the sake of closing the World Leader Summit for today, I think I would ask our beautiful host Nina to formally close today's session, and we'll wait for tomorrow to start the day again, once again, 5:30 p.m. Indian time. Tomorrow we will be having many different countries. Please wait for that. And there's an interesting speaker. She'll be speaking from Costa Rica. This is the first time we are getting a speaker from that particular part of the world. So please stay in touch with us, and we will have Australia tomorrow, plus plus 32 more countries will be logging in. Thank you so much. Over to you, Nina.
Bless you, Arijit. Thank you so much, Rahul. Thank you so much, Fred, Kaslika, and all of the other speakers that have joined us today. Please remember to connect with one another, follow, share all of your posts on social media, and tag in the World Leader Summit, because today the World Leader Summit's leaving you with a lot of love. Thank you to Rahul, who was talking about the importance of self-love and giving love to others. And I myself describe myself as being weaponized with love. I come armed with love to give to everyone. So I'm going to leave that with all of you that are listening and all of the other speakers. And remember to join us tomorrow. Arijit will be here. I'm not sure if I will be, hopefully I will. But remember to be here tomorrow to see all of the other amazing speakers that are lined up especially for you. Thank you.